today, and 11 will be cancelled tomorrow as well, as this has been conveyed to the airport authorities by the Indigo that they will not be operational tomorrow. So if we speak of the 50% of the operations of the Jammu airport that operates roughly around 21 flights a day, that all operations have come to standstill. Half of the air operations have been halted due to the Indigo chaos that is taking place across the country.
Bringing us those details, ladies and gentlemen, all 11 flights from Jammu have been cancelled. Joining me live now on the broadcast are Captain Kabir Malik, who is a charter airline pilot. Along with that, we also have Mr. Suhail Seth joining us live on the broadcast. Mr. Seth, I would like to come to you first. You know the story, you know what is going on across the country. Do tell us about your response. Where did the government go wrong, and what is the accountability of the airlines here?
So the government has gone wrong by having some idiots run DGCA. Okay, because if these duffers are not able to regulate the airline, it's a serious worry, number one. But here I would not blame the government, because the government acted on a high court order. And you know, our courts, they will give any order not realizing how it's going to be implemented. The only people to blame is the airline. The airline has been totally irresponsible. That's the only word. Irresponsible, unaccountable, non-transparent, and dodgy. The CEO, Peter Ibers, must be sacked. If Rahul Bhatia and his ilk can't sack him, the government must revoke his ability to be the CEO of Indigo. What are these people doing? Every airline is operating except Indigo. All have followed the rules. And now the government has withdrawn the rule only to help Indigo. Why? It's nothing but blackmail. That way every airline will say, oh, we will stop our operation, the government will keel. Why should the government keel? Now here's the problem. I have no issues with an airline having a hiccup. All airlines do. But there is a way of communication. They have zero transparency. The airline has not bothered to communicate. The airline doesn't give a damn about people who have, carry-on flights on different carriers and what will happen to that. No compensation has been announced. You issue a stupid bloody press statement which says, oh, we've had these issues. Let me tell you, my friend, doesn't the airline and its rostering department and the OCC, the operations control room, don't those jokers know that there is going to be a problem? Let me give you a personal example. My daughter, 6 years old, and my mother-in-law were to travel from Goa to Bombay. First 9 a.m., then delayed, then delayed, then delayed, then delayed, now cancelled. So even if I had the ability to get onto another carrier, I can't. That is my problem.
Mr. Seth, Indigo says this was an unforeseen tragedy, unforeseen disaster, but their own numbers in November say that 60% of the cancellations of the 1,200-odd flights that they cancelled last month were because of crew shortages. How is it unforeseen?
No, 1 minute. Do I care? Do I run the bloody airline? Is it my fault to have crew? Why should I care? And do not allow these chaps to get away with this nonsense. It is your business as an airline to manage your crew. It is your business as an airline to follow the rules laid down by the government. It is your business as an airline to be transparent, honest, and purposeful with your customers. It is not my business to run Rahul Bhatia's airline. It's his business. And if they don't run the airline properly, then someone needs to be wrapped. And let me tell you one thing. Ordinarily, the people at Indigo have been extraordinarily good. So it's not as if they don't have the capability. I can understand if it was a fly-by-night airline. But Rahul Bhatia has run the airline very well till now. Peter Ibers supposedly runs the airline, and suddenly it's collapsed. So obviously there is a systemic issue which the airline needs to course correct. And here I'm not interested in blaming. Now the tragedy is unfolded. What will you do hereafter? So I have 4 suggestions. Number 1, a 3,000 to 4,000 crore penalty should be levied on Indigo. That's the only way. When you hit people's money, they learn a fabulous lesson. Number 2, passenger compensation must be computed and delivered to passengers in 48 hours. And I'll tell you why. A lot of people can't afford to travel. They have put a lot of their savings or their monthly savings into airfares. What are you going to do to them? Number 3, passengers who've been stranded and who have had multiple carriers to get onto must be compensated adequately for those carriers. Number 4, the pilots or the crew or whoever the hell it is must be taught a lesson. This kind of nonsensical holding people to blackmail has to stop. That's simple.
So while talking on pilots, I would also like to get in a pilot's perspective. On the panel with us is also Captain Kabir Malik. Captain Malik, I would like to understand your perspective. Mr. Seth has put into context the passengers' apathy and the airline's mismanagement. But from a pilot's perspective, when the DGCA is compelled to roll back pro-pilot legislation because of this effective duopoly who thinks that they can just go around with a short staff and they can create a nationwide aviation crisis and they can walk away without any consequence, what kind of confidence is this inspiring within the pilots in the community, sir?
See, my friend already described and he mentioned all the issues very well, and from the both side, even the industry also, as well as the passenger side also, as he spoke as a pain of a passenger who wanted to fly through airways. And once he reached
I'm
to
so
the
sorry, Captain Malik, to cut you short right now. I have a breaking news update coming in of the Prime Minister and President Putin's bilateral meeting, which has concluded at Hyderabad House. And now, in any moment now, we will have the dignitaries who have arrived, and the President and Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, will arrive for a joint press conference this afternoon. Earlier today, both of them had a bilateral engagement where we saw all the ministers there. There you see Union Minister Piyush Goyal shaking hands with his Russian counterpart there, as most likely the indications and all smiles on the face of Piyush Goyal indicate that a favorable trade outcome is also expected out of this key bilateral meeting between President Putin and India. Remember, Russia remains to be a very major trading partner with India, with having a very big balance of deficit. In fact, Russia exports a lot of goods and services to India, whereas India carries a heavy trade deficit to Russia. So the cooperation between the two nations over the last 77 years of our independence has only deepened, and now all smiles there with key dignitaries, Prime Minister's Principal Secretary, the External Affairs Minister, all of them standing up on the right side, all of them standing and awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival along with President Putin. Both of them will be addressing, ladies and gentlemen, a joint press conference. Big announcements are expected, as all eyes are right now, along with you and of the entire world, on this room and the announcements that are going to be made. Key defense pacts on the radar. Will there be an S-400 5-squadron deal? Whether Su-57 will find any mention? What kind of technology transfer are India and Russia going to talk about? Is there going to be deepening of ties in the nuclear sector? Along with that, where do India and Russia stand vis-a-vis the rupee trade, and what kind of exports of services and human capital is India going to export to Russia? Along with that, the new Chennai to Vladivostok sea route, what kind of trade activity that we can see bypassing international sanctions? All these questions under the radar there, and we see key officials now entering the room one after the other. This is the live shot, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from Hyderabad House in the national capital of New Delhi, where key dignitaries are arriving, all shaking hands with each other. We have Shaktikant Das as well, the Principal Secretary, the Prime Minister, also coming in inside. On the left side, we have the Russian delegations. On the right side, we have all the Indian delegations, and that's the mood right now, ladies and gentlemen, in the Hyderabad House. That's the latest. We'll be coming right back to this breaking news retail in just a second, but in the interim, I have more breaking news update coming in on the top focus story in the country right now, which is the national aviation crisis. Protests have emerged inside Bengaluru airport as passengers remain stranded there. Passengers with luggage and are with no much information are now protesting against the airline inside the Kempegowda International Airport. Those are the visuals of the passengers protesting, clapping, chanting, sloganeering, marching together in unison against the airlines there with no answers, stranded with luggage. You can see passengers with so much stress and so much duress effectively, because they are unable to connect to their destinations, and with no resort left, with no answers to be given, they have resorted to protesting inside the Kempegowda International Airport. Let's listen into the mood there. All right, that's the mood, that's the anger, that's the aggression, ladies and gentlemen, inside Bengaluru Airport, the Kempegowda International Airport, where "We want justice" is the chant of the protesters, of the passengers who are now forced to turn into protesters. They were supposed to be sitting on their flight and connecting to their destinations, but have rather now resorted to a protest inside an airport, a situation which they have never imagined that it would come to it. The CISF personnel there also attempting to maintain peace and tranquility so that the law and order situation is maintained at the airport, but all the passengers civilly doing a satyagraha essentially inside the airport premises, were chanting slogans of "We want justice." My colleague Niranjan joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Niranjan, now it's complete chaos at the Bengaluru airport, where Indigo is not going to fly in up until evening, and now protesters are chanting "We want justice."
Yes, we had one of the passengers, Sandeep, who was live from that particular airport, and Sidhu, another passenger who joined us live a few minutes back. And he sent us some of these videos of the situation inside the airport as we speak. These are devotees, basically. You'll see them, all of them wearing the black robe. They're dressed in black. They're devotees of Swami Ayyappa, and they're headed, it appears like they're headed for a pilgrimage, and they're stuck. They're stuck, and they are walking from one end of the airport to the other, asking for justice. You can put the audio up as well on this particular video, because the chants, they're chanting that they want justice, and they're asking for justice because they've been stranded there. We are hearing that some of them have been there for almost 12 hours. And in some cases, people have sent us videos of how they've been stuck there for over 24 hours. Once you've entered the airport, you've checked in, your luggage is there. And then you realize that your flight is cancelled and they don't even know how to pull out the luggage. And they're just stranded there. And some of them, we spoke to one passenger who was at the Bengaluru airport. At least 2,000 to 3,000 passengers in one part of the terminal itself, near the departure gates, all of them stranded, waiting for some sort of clarity from Indigo, which of course is not coming. Most of the staff is not even there, and the one or two of them who are there are being, of course, are being mobbed and are being asked tough questions, as you should ask the Indigo. But these are people on the ground who have no idea, because the calls are being taken from someone up above, from the Indigo management, and you saw the protests in Bengaluru. Similar pictures also came in from Mumbai airport, from the Delhi airport, and the different airports that have been hit. Delhi airport, all flights have been cancelled, all departures cancelled, and Mumbai operations stalled. Almost Indigo flights have been hit at least till 6 p.m. Similar situation with many other airports that include Chennai. So we are tracking the situation closely. We have many of these videos that came in of passengers marching from one end of the airport to the other, asking for justice. They don't know what to do. They've checked in, their flights are cancelled, they can't even take their bags out. They don't know, when to, how to get out of there. And some of them are headed for a pilgrimage. I assume that they were traveling from Bengaluru to perhaps Trivandrum or Kochi, and then to proceed to Shabarimala. They're devotees of Lord Ayyappa, you can make out. And all of them are there, stranded at the airport. They were there, for the last almost 12 hours is what we heard. And of course, tempers running high in most airports, and Bengaluru, one of the worst hit this morning. 102 flights cancelled, could be more by the end of the day.
Indeed, Niranjan, and these are very compelling visuals, ladies and gentlemen, coming in as devotees of Lord Ayyappa Swami there at the Bengaluru's Kempegowda airport, protesting, walking from one end of the airport to another with the slogans of chant that is, "We want justice." A pilgrimage now turned into a protest at the airport. A very concerning visual coming in as Indigo's flights continue to be disrupted for now a third to fourth straight day, a second straight day just in the month of December, and today, effectively till about 6 p.m. in the evening, Niranjan, if I'm not wrong, there are not going to be any takeoffs of Indigo flights from the Bengaluru airport. These are concerning visuals from across the country that we are getting, ladies and gentlemen. In Jammu, all 11 flights of Indigo have been cancelled. In Mumbai, there is going to be no takeoff. And at the... All right, down, down, Indigo, and we want justice. That's the chant at the Kempegowda International Airport, Niranjan, as these are fresh visuals now and exclusive coming on Republic from a different angle there. As the CISF personnel, we can see, are attempting to maintain peace, but the protesters peacefully chanting and registering their protest as Indigo continues to have no answers for them as to why they are unable to manage their rosters.
Well, that's correct. And I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. Shravan is sharing some more details that DGCA has given 30 days to comply with the FDTL rules. And Indigo has been asked to submit fortnightly progress reports. And some more details coming in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the big breaking news update coming in at the moment. The government has now finally, once again, the DGCA has caved in by saying that it is giving a 30-day basically pause for Indigo to comply with the FDTL Indigo regulations, and they have been asked to submit reports every fortnight, that is effectively every 2 weeks, 15 days. Indigo is asked to revise crew rosters, and DGCA has said that crew planning is insufficient. DGCA has put the onus on the Indigo airline for this current crisis, and Indigo has informed the DGCA about the crew recruitment amid the crippled aviation crisis that has been triggered by Indigo. DGCA has now given a 30-day moratorium essentially to Indigo to comply with the FDTL rules. The authority has asked Indigo to submit fortnightly reports on the operations and also revisit its crew rosters. So the first phase was going in force from July 1st, Niranjan. The second phase came into force from 1st of November, but Indigo says it cannot comply. Yesterday in the meeting at the DGCA, they had requested to at least have this moratorium period up until the month of February, when they will start complying with these regulations. An arm twisting tactic essentially from a duopoly partner which shares about 60% of India's market share in aviation, and now the DGCA has had to cave in because there is no other remorse. They are going to allow an exception to the Indigo pilots to go and work on the old rules while all other airlines in the country will comply with the new rules. But Indigo says that we want this period because we are unable to manage our rosters. The government, while mincing no words, has said that the onus is entirely on Indigo, but Indigo now effectively gets a free pass. I have Suhail Seth also live with us on the broadcast. Mr. Seth, you are seeing the developments as they are happening, and all airlines across India are complying, but Indigo gets a free pass for a month.
Now, let me tell you one thing, and let me say this as honestly as I can and with purpose. I'm delighted that Mr. Amit Shah and Ram Mohan Naidu have stepped in and rapped the DGCA on their knuckles. But my friend, nothing will happen until you fiscally penalize Indigo. B, look, the government had to take these steps, to be honest, because otherwise there would have been rampant chaos. And who would have suffered? The citizen. So the government has now taken care of the citizen. Now what the government needs to do is actually warn, hold Indigo to excruciating accountability. Otherwise, Indigo will repeat this bad behavior. This is not expected of an airline which, by the way, I've always said was a good airline. There was nothing wrong with Indigo. Let's be honest. The problem is we throw the baby with the bathwater. Rahul Bhatia ran it well. But today you've seen. So obviously there are systemic issues in the management which Rahul Bhatia and his ilk need to address.
Yes,
and I'm saying, जब तक आप इनको पैसे की धार से नहीं मारोगे ना, कुछ नहीं होगा.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Seth, there, but only for the want of time, I need to take a short break before we come back, ladies and gentlemen. Our live analysis with Mr. Seth and all our reporters from across India will continue as Indigo is on a complete mess spree with widespread cancellations. Also coming up is the Prime Minister's address in the joint press conference along with President Putin. Do not go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया.
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके.
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
You give us a solution. You don't tell what.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात.
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है.
अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bharat, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I welcome you all to this ceremony where we shall witness exchange of several MOUs and agreements and a few announcements that reflect the wide-ranging, multifaceted bilateral cooperation under the framework of the India-Russia Special and Privileged Strategic Partnership. We will begin with exchange of two documents, namely the agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of the Russian Federation on cooperation in migration, and the agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of the Russian Federation on temporary labor activity of citizens of one state in the territory of the other state. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Vladimir Kolokoltsev, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. The next two documents include the agreement between the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation on the cooperation in the field of healthcare, medical education, and science, as well as the agreement between the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Republic of India and the Federal Service for Surveillance on Consumer Rights Protection and Human Well-being of the Russian Federation in the field of food safety cooperation. These two agreements will be exchanged by Mr. Mikhail Albertovich Murashko, Minister of Health of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. We next have two memorandums of understandings. These include the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation on the training of specialists for ships operating in polar waters, and the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Maritime Board of the Russian Federation. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Andrei Sergeyevich Nikitin, Minister of Transport of the Russian Federation, and Sri Sarvananda Sonoval, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of India. We now have the exchange of MOU between Messrs. JSC Uralchem and Messrs. Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers Limited and National Fertilizers Limited and Indian Potash Limited. This document will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. The last two documents include the protocol between the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs of the Government of the Republic of India and the Federal Customs Service of the Russian Federation for cooperation in exchange of pre-arrival information in respect of goods and vehicles moved between the Republic of India and the Russian Federation, and the bilateral agreement between the Department of Posts, Ministry of Communications of the Republic of India, and GSC, the Russian Post. These documents will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Shri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. I would like to additionally inform everyone that the two leaders have also adopted a joint statement which would be issued shortly. Both sides have also adopted the program for the development of strategic areas of India-Russia economic cooperation till 2030. And we also welcome the Russian side's decision to adopt the framework agreement to join the International Big Cat Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Namaskar, good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honorable Ministers, members of both delegations, distinguished guests, and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I request Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency, my friend, Rashtrapati Putin, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार, दोबरी दिन। आज भारत और रूस के 23वें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है जब हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 वर्ष पहले राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष पहले 2010 में हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। पिछले 2.5 दशक से उन्होंने अपने नेतृत्व और दूरदृष्टि से इन संबंधों को निरंतर सींचा है। हर परिस्थिति में उनके नेतृत्व ने आपसी संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई दी है। भारत के प्रति इस गहरी मित्रता और अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का, मेरे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे। आज राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मुझे इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम में शामिल होने का अवसर मिलेगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये मंच हमारे बिजनेस संबंधों को नई ताकत देगा। इससे एक्सपोर्ट, को प्रोडक्शन और को इनोवेशन के नए दरवाजे भी खुलेंगे। दोनों पक्ष यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ एफटीए के शीघ्र समापन के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कृषि और फर्टिलाइजर के क्षेत्र में हमारा करीबी सहयोग फूड सिक्योरिटी और किसान कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे खुशी है कि इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब दोनों पक्ष साथ मिलकर यूरिया उत्पादन के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता है। हम आईएनएसटीसी, नॉर्दर्न सी रूट, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर पर नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि अब हम भारत के सी फेरर्स की पोलर वाटर्स में ट्रेनिंग के लिए सहयोग करेंगे। यह आर्कटिक में हमारे सहयोग को नई ताकत तो देगा ही, साथ ही इससे भारत के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। उसी प्रकार से शिप बिल्डिंग में हमारा गहरा सहयोग मेक इन इंडिया को सशक्त बनाने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। यह हमारे विन विन सहयोग का एक और उत्तम उदाहरण है, जिससे जॉब्स, स्किल्स और रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी सभी को बल मिलेगा। ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। हम इस विन विन सहयोग को जारी रखेंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग पूरे विश्व में सिक्योर और डाइवर्सिफाइड सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इससे क्लीन एनर्जी, हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और न्यू एज इंडस्ट्रीज में हमारी साझेदारी को ठोस समर्थन मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और रूस के संबंधों में हमारे सांस्कृतिक सहयोग और पीपल टू पीपल टाइज का विशेष महत्व रहा है। दशकों से दोनों देशों के लोगों में एक दूसरे के प्रति स्नेह, सम्मान और आत्मीयता का भाव रहा है। इन संबंधों को और मजबूत करने के लिए हमने कई नए कदम उठाए हैं। हाल ही में रूस में भारत के 2 नए कॉन्सुलेट्स खोले गए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के बीच संपर्क और सुगम होगा और आपसी नजदीकियां बढ़ेगी। इस वर्ष अक्टूबर में लाखों श्रद्धालुओं को काल्मिकिया में इंटरनेशनल बुद्धिस्ट फोरम में भगवान बुद्ध के पवित्र अवशेषों का आशीर्वाद मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि शीघ्र ही हम रूसी नागरिकों के लिए निःशुल्क 30 डे ई टूरिस्ट वीजा और 30 डे ग्रुप टूरिस्ट वीजा की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। मैन पावर मोबिलिटी हमारे लोगों को जोड़ने के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के लिए नई ताकत और नए अवसर क्रिएट करेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इससे बढ़ावा देने के लिए आज 2 समझौते किए गए हैं। हम मिलकर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग और ट्रेनिंग पर भी काम करेंगे। हम दोनों देशों के स्टूडेंट्स, स्कॉलर्स और खिलाड़ियों का आदान प्रदान भी बढ़ाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। यूक्रेन के संबंध में भारत ने शुरुआत से शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण और स्थायी समाधान के लिए किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। भारत और रूस के बीच यूएन, G20, ब्रिक्स, SCO तथा अन्य मंचों पर करीबी सहयोग रहा है। करीबी तालमेल के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए हम इन सभी मंचों पर अपना संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में हमारी मित्रता हमें ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस का सामना करने की शक्ति देगी और यही भरोसा हमारे साझा भविष्य को और समृद्ध करेगा। मैं एक बार फिर आपको और आपके पूरे डेलीगेशन को भारत यात्रा के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। स्पासिबा।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, to give his remarks to the media.
Уважаемый господин,
distinguished Prime Minister, dear friend, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the President of the Republic of India, Draupadi Murmu, you personally, distinguished Prime Minister, and all our Indian colleagues for the warm and hospitable welcome accorded to the Russian delegation. The negotiations that we've just had with the Indian colleagues, and as well as our talk yesterday with distinguished Mr. Modi in the form of Tele-Set at his residence, the dinner was great. I would like to thank you for this sign of attention. These talks were very useful. They were held in a constructive and a friendly atmosphere in the spirit of the special and privileged partnership between Russia and India. I would like to point out that we and Prime Minister Modi have established a close working dialogue. In September this year, we met during the CEO summit in Tianjin. We are regularly having telephone calls. We are personally overseeing some aspects of the development of Russian-Indian cooperation, all the strategic avenues, and also we are monitoring the course of the implementation of key bilateral projects. And today, with the participation of our delegations, we have meticulously and substantively reviewed the whole range of relevant questions of the Russian-Indian multifaceted interaction. We exchange our opinions on the relevant global and regional subjects. In the joint statement that we've adopted with Mr. Modi, we've delineated the priority objectives on the further reinforcements of our ties in the politics and security, economy, trade, and humanitarian and cultural spheres. As you saw for yourself, we have signed an impressive package of intergovernmental, interagency, and corporate agreements. Many of those agreements are intended to broaden the economic cooperation between Russia and India. And this is entirely natural, due to the fact that our countries are important partners of one another in trade, investment, and technologies. Last year, our bilateral trade turnover has grown by 12%, setting another record. According to different data, this number may look different, but it is generally around $64 billion US. Currently, we are forecasting that the results of this year will remain at the same impressive level. At the same time, as I perceive it, we are up to the task of getting this number to the level of $100 billion. And to reach this important goal, we have harmonized the program of development of Russian-Indian economic cooperation until 2030. This comprehensive document gives us a concrete set of objectives. The Intergovernmental Commission, the ministries and different agencies of the economic bloc of both countries have set objectives to remove barriers hampering the goods flows and capitals, the implementation of joint projects and deep technology and innovation cooperation. And distinguished Prime Minister gave us a whole list of challenges that deserve the most attentive focus of our government. We will do that. The growth of Russian-Indian commercial links would be helped by the creation of a free trade zone between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. We are already conducting work on the corresponding agreement. I would like to note with satisfaction that our countries are gradually moving to the use of national currencies in mutual settlements. The share of these national currencies is already 96% in commercial deals. We have established resilient channels of credit, financial and interbanking cooperation. Russian economic operators have broadened the sphere of use of Indian rupees, which we receive from the fulfillment of export contracts. Russian rubles have been used to provide loans for large joint projects. We are also seeing successful partnership in energy. Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal, and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy. Of course, the bilateral interaction in energy does not limit to that. We are also conducting a flagship project to build the largest Indian nuclear power plant, Kudankulam. 2 out of 6 reactor units have been already connected to the energy network, and 4 are still under construction. Getting this nuclear power plant to full power output will give an impressive contribution to the energy requirements of India. It will help supply Indian enterprises and houses with cheap and clean energy. We presume that we could talk about the construction of small modular reactors and floating nuclear power plants, and also non-energy application of nuclear technologies, for example in medicine or agriculture. We are working with our Indian partners to build new, effective international transport logistic routes, including the projects to create an international north-south transport corridor from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean coast. There are large opportunities for bilateral trade due to the broadening of the Trans-Arctic transport corridor infrastructure, including its main artery, the Northern Sea Route. There are many other sectors of the economy where Russia and India have garnered positive experience. We are conducting joint initiatives in industry, machine manufacturing, digital technologies, space exploration, and other science-intensive avenues. For example, in accordance with the commercial agreement signed during the visit, there will be a large Russian-Indian pharmaceutical factory built in the Kaluga region in Russia. We will be starting the production of high-quality anti-tumor medicinal drugs using the advanced Indian technology. In their turn, Russian enterprises will be establishing the production of industrial products in the framework of the Make in India program, which is a hallmark project of distinguished Prime Minister Modi. The prospects of the reinforcement of the interaction of Russian-Indian entrepreneurs and business circles are discussed in detail during the business forum in New Delhi. We are going to take part in the plenary session of this event today together with Mr. Modi. The humanitarian cooperation between Russia and India is also of a multifaceted character. Our peoples throughout centuries have been sincerely interested in the traditions, history and spiritual values of each other. Scientific and educational contacts, exchanges from among the youth and public are also actively developing. The regular alternating festivals of Russian Indian cinema are always popular. From year to year we see the increase in tourist flows. Today, the Russian TV channel RT starting its broadcast in India. The new channel will undoubtedly help the Indian audience to better know Russia and Russians, and also to receive an objective information regarding what is going on in our country today. While discussing the key global and regional problems, we have confirmed the consonance between the positions of our countries. Russia and India are conducting independent and self-sufficient foreign policy together with the like-minded countries in BRICS and SCO, and from among other countries of the global majority. We are promoting the processes of forming of a more just and democratic multipolar world order. We are defending the main principles of the international law enshrined in the Charter of the UN. Among them, the right of any country for its own way of development and the preservation of their cultural civilizational identity, respect for sovereignty, careful balance of interests of all participants of the world community. As state founders of the BRICS, Russia and India have done a lot of things, and continue to do more to increase the authority of organization. As you know, next year India will assume the chairship, and the BRICS will provide all necessary assistance to our Indian friends in the work on the relevant BRICS agenda. I would like to point out Russia and India are traditionally closely cooperating in the military technical sphere. Our country, for the last half a century, has been helping to arm and modernize the Indian Army, including the Air Defense Forces, Aviation, and the Navy. In general, we are undoubtedly satisfied with the results of the negotiation we just had. We're also, ahead of us, we have the meeting with the President of India, Madam Murmu. But even now, I can express my confidence that the current visit and the agreements reached will help the further deepening of the Russian-Indian strategic partnership for the benefit of our countries and the peoples of India and Russia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the press statements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence.
All right, so there the joint statements, the joint press statements rather of the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, both touched relevant points. So if you look at what Prime Minister had to say, he mentioned about the signing of the document for strategic and economic partnership till 2030. Prime Minister mentioned how various agreements signed between the two respective governments are going to strengthen the economic relationship even further. He mentioned about the fact that there are many aspects of the economic relationship which need extra focus. He did not mention balance of trade, but the fact that he spoke about Russian investments, he spoke about joint projects, was essentially aimed at balancing that situation. Prime Minister spoke about how India is ready to help in the case of the Europe war on the side of the Russian president. He mentioned about India's upcoming BRICS presidency next year, and of course the warmth with which he has been received by his friend Prime Minister Modi. We continue our coverage on this on the other side of a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात,
Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of India-Russia ties, calls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam attack. Russian President Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 o'clock this evening after airline runs short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight tonight. Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. It started with the FDTL rule that was basically introduced by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, which effectively meant more rest for the pilots, resulting in a direct impact on the operations of Indigo. Over the last 3 days, there's been a massive chaos that has ensued. Indigo hasn't been able to restore services. Effectively, what we are seeing right now on your screens, the result of the number of cancellations that have taken place across multiple cities, starting from the national capital all the way to Raipur also. Almost everywhere, there was absolute pandemonium, with no information being provided to the passengers in terms of whether at all the services will resume. Most of the passengers landed up at the airport without much information being given to them. Some passengers have reported to have been stranded for almost over 12 hours. Some to such an extent that they have been stranded on the tarmac itself. It seems that the DGCA has now given to some of the rules that have been rolled back. In fact, DGCA has now given 30 days to Indigo to comply with the FDTL rules. In fact, the regulator has asked Indigo to submit fortnightly a report of operations and also revise its crew roster. Among some of the demands that have been made by the regulator, one is with regards to coming up with a crew roster that is going to normalize the situation. Indigo, in fact, in the meeting had told the Civil Aviation Ministry, which included DGCA authorities, that they are unable to actually restore operations because of the new rules that have been brought in.
But the DGCA has now put the entire blame on the airline itself, saying that the normalization is the responsibility of the airline itself. As far as the rules are concerned, it seems that they've given in to the demands that were made by Indigo to begin with. Essentially, what you see is a result of almost arm twisting being done by the airline of DGCA. There is absolutely no word really with regards to how exactly does the Civil Aviation Ministry really rein in these airlines when it comes to some of the airfares that have spiked over the last 24 hours itself. In fact, domestic routes where these airlines are operating, they are now charging almost double than what they have in the past, resulting in absolute profiteering of a national crisis that's taken place. Across almost all cities, the situation seems to be similar. There's absolute chaos that we are witnessing across in Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, as well as other tier 2 cities where the situation still remains the same. There's palpable anger amongst the passengers almost everywhere. They're basically demanding answers, and it's a frightful mess that we are basically witnessing right now at most of the airports. As far as normalization is concerned, perhaps it's going to take some more time before things return to normalcy. But in the last 3 days, what we have essentially witnessed are the following: that the FDTL rules that were introduced by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, enabling the pilots from each of these airlines to have an added rested period, which was increased to about 48 hours. Now, returning to the old rules, which essentially mean that the pilots get only about 36 hours. Questions about passenger safety was also being raised in. Let me go across to my colleague, Shambhavi, who's joining me from the national capital at the Delhi airport. Shambhavi, what's the situation like right now?
Seeing passengers coming out of the airport very in a miserable state. They're constantly complaining about the rude behavior, about how Indigo, apart from the cancellations and delays, Indigo staff has been of zero help. There has also been report of one person fainting in the middle of the airport because of lack of food and water, and also constant stress, because we are constantly reporting, we have constantly spoken to the passengers who've been stranded on the airport for more than 36 hours at a stretch, and has gotten zero answer from Indigo's end. And now we know that the DGCA has given 30 days period for Indigo to comply with the FDTL rules, because Indigo has earlier admitted that it failed to assess how many pilots or crew it would require to completely comply with the FDTL rules. And it has also asked Indigo to file a progress report every 15 days to make sure that the roster system is completely well complied with. The crew is trained, there is sufficient crew, and that this crisis, which is leaving hundreds and hundreds of passengers miserable, gets better very soon. Back to you.
That was the report coming in from the national capital, from the Delhi airport, where over 200 flights have been cancelled. Getting in some more breaking news right now with regards to what's really happening in Mumbai right now, where this morning, at least over 60 flights have already been cancelled. What you see right now, the situation remains absolutely same, with no relief being given to the passengers there. Most passengers have been complaining about information not really trickling in from the airline itself. All Indigo flights, in fact, have been cancelled from Mumbai till about 6 o'clock this evening. And that's the reason why you're looking at these long queues outside the Indigo counter at the airport. No Indigo flight would be moving out of Mumbai's airspace till about 6 o'clock this evening. My colleague Meenakshi has been speaking to several passengers there. Meenakshi, were you able to speak to any of the airline staff members? What exactly are they saying now that the DGCA has announced that they can go back to the old rules, essentially allowing the airline to bring in the crew members? Are they in a position to bring any of the crew members to try and perhaps soften the blow?
Yes, Shavan, I tried to speak with the Indigo staff, but they are not responding in this counter, in this very counter. This is Mumbai Terminal 2 Indigo counter. We are standing outside there. And I tried to speak with that Indigo staffs, but they are not responding any of my questions. And you can see here now the long queue. And the main problem is that the passengers has no idea about their flight. They even don't know their flight has been cancelled. You can see here a long queue and passengers waiting with their luggages. Some of them here for more than 7 to 8 hours without any clarity on when their flights will take off. Many passengers are telling us they receive messages about delays at the very last moment, and some say flights were cancelled after boarding had already begun. Let me talk to some passengers. Sir, what is your experience? You are flying, your ticket was with Indigo.
Yeah.
What is your experience? What happened? Do you have any information regarding cancellation?
I think it's a bad experience, but that's life.
So what next? What will you do now?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for more information, and I have to go to Banaras, but I'm still waiting. I don't know what to do.
So, so passengers are waiting for so long. Ma'am, for how long you have been waiting here?
From 1 o'clock till 42.
What happened? What they are saying now?
मुझे मालूम नहीं what happened, but when I came and they go to 7th departure gate, वहाँ जाने के बाद मैं पूछा, no, all Indigo flights are cancelled. You go and enter that office. Then when I came here, I saw this long queue. I wait for that. From there to I am coming here.
So you don't have any information also. Your flight has been cancelled. From how long you were waiting here? What is the information about?
2, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours.
So what they are saying?
Nothing. What they will say? They are not providing a solution. Right from past 4 days, this has been happening.
You got information regarding your flight?
Just 10 minutes before arrival, I got to know the flight has been cancelled. When I just got out of the cab, I received an email stating that the flight is cancelled. And I have been calling their contact center since yesterday night, because I have been watching this news going on. So I just want to confirm whether the flight would be there or not, whether it will be getting cancelled or not. But no one is responding. The call center number is not getting connected itself.
Not reachable call center number also. So there are lots of passengers who are facing challenges here. Ma'am, what next? Do you have any information regarding your flight?
No, my flight is cancelled. That's fine. We're just claiming our baggage, etc. So yeah. So I think she's doing a good job answering everybody's queries.
Okay. So have you got any information regarding your flight cancellation?
नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, इन्फॉर्मेशन वगैरह ना कोई मैसेज. आप रिफंड के लिए भी बोला, लाइन में लगोगे तो रिफंड मिलेगा, नहीं तो नहीं मिलेगा, ऐसा है. ये सब परेशानी हो रही है. 2-3 घंटे से ज़्यादा हो गए लाइन में खड़े, कोई भी प्रकार की सपोर्ट हेल्प नहीं हो रही.
Okay, so they have not got any information regarding their flight cancellation, and they have no option now. One passenger I spoke with, he said he had to book any other ticket with other airlines, but that airline's ticket is so high, 5 times high. So they are facing really challenges. There is no assistance from Indigo staff, and they don't have any idea what to do next. Shavan.
Meenakshi, I'll request you to stay on with us. What's even more shocking is that now passengers are essentially being asked by the airline to stand in the queue so that they could actually get their refund. And that is exactly why you're seeing this long queue outside Mumbai airport. Let me now quickly take you through the situation in Bhubaneswar. It seems that many locations, there has been a situation where most of Indigo flights haven't either taken off, some have been diverted to another location because many of the parking bays have been taken over by these flights which are not operating at this point in time. But there is absolute chaos that we are witnessing right now in Bhubaneswar. These are the latest images now coming in from Bhubaneswar, where we also reached out to the airport director, who has now said that no flight operations are on schedule from Bhubaneswar airport. In fact, 11 flights have been cancelled as per the latest reports, as trouble essentially mounts for the airline. On your screens right now, similar images now also coming in from Bhubaneswar. Several passengers have lost their cool and have essentially taken on the airline staff, asking them for answers. But the reality is that these are frontline staff workers who have now to take the brunt of those who are sitting behind glass doors here in the national capital in Gurgaon, where Indigo basically operates from. But there has been absolutely no word really coming in from them, barring a templated response that came in when media did actually ask them a question about how exactly do they intend to normalize the situation. There's a templated response that came in from Indigo. Let me now take you through the images coming in from Hyderabad, where it seems it's a similar situation once again. Over 32 flights have already been cancelled in Hyderabad. This includes departure as well as arrival flights that have been cancelled. These are the latest images, where mostly near the boarding gate you've had passengers standing there seeking a response from the airline staff, and the airline staff mostly have been unable to answer these questions because it's no longer at the hands of these frontline staff members. Take a look at what's really happening in Hyderabad right now.
4:30 to 5. नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ भी नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा डिले करे तो हम कैसा जाते पैसेंजर लोग ये क्या करेंगे ये तो वो तो एम्प्लॉय है एम्प्लॉय नॉट एन ऑप्शन वो बोला क्या क्या राइट कैंसिल नहीं होगा 4:30 to 5 नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ भी नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा डिले करे तो हम कैसा जाते पैसेंजर नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ भी नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा डिले करे तो हम कैसा जाते पैसेंजर लोग ये क्या करेंगे ये तो वो तो एम्प्लॉय है एम्प्लॉय नॉट एन ऑप्शन वो बोला क्या क्या 4:30 to 5 नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ भी नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं 4:30 to 5 नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ भी नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा डिले करे तो हम कैसा जाते पैसेंजर लोग ये क्या करेंगे ये तो वो तो एम्प्लॉय है एम्प्लॉय नॉट एन ऑप्शन वो बोला क्या क्या 4:30 to 5 नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है कल के लिए कुछ भी नहीं वो भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना नहीं हाँ फिर अभी ऐसा
From Mumbai to Bhubaneswar to Hyderabad and now to Ahmedabad, similar story. Absolute chaos that we are witnessing inside the airport, despite the kind of protests that are actually taking place at various airports. It seems that the airline does not really care, because so far almost all the passengers that Republic TV spoke to, almost everyone had the same refrain, and they're essentially saying that none of them have been told about when exactly will their flight depart? And if at all it has been cancelled, why is it that the airline cannot inform the passengers? So far, there has been only one statement that has been issued by Indigo, where they've essentially apologized by simply stating that it is going to take some time for a gradual normalcy to take place. Look here, what's really happening at Ahmedabad airport, where once again at the counters you've had people thronging the counters. They're seeking a response from these frontline workers of the staff members of the airline. It seems that the top management of the airline does not really care about their own frontline officials who have to bear the brunt of decisions that have been taken inside classrooms right now here in the national capital. Swarali is joining us from Ahmedabad. Swarali, what's the condition right now? Because you were there at the airport a short while back, but when you spoke to the passengers, almost all of them had the same complaint. I'm told that the MOS Civil Aviation has also landed in Ahmedabad. Did you manage to catch it?
Exactly. Let me tell you about the current scenario at the Ahmedabad airport. And when we try to talk to passengers over there, they were always banging the counter at the Indigo's window because they are frustrated, they are agitated. There is no proper response from Indigo's side. Now, a lot of passengers are flying. They have connecting flights, and a lot of people have the flights rescheduled after 2 days, and again the rescheduled flights have been cancelled as well. Several passengers are not getting their luggage. They have their medicines inside the luggage, but on the other hand, passengers are also saying that all these workers who are present at the window, they are not authorities present over there. They were demanding that Indigo authorities should come on ground and talk with passengers because no solution is being provided to the passengers and there are long queues even at the Ahmedabad airport. It's an utter chaos. No proper communication is being done by the company's side.
Swarali, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I just want to quickly recap of all that we have got so far in our newsroom in terms of the decisions that have been taken so far. A short while back, DGCA had basically announced that they're rolling back the rules that came in as far as the FDTL norms are concerned, essentially allowing Indigo to go with the demands that they had made in the meeting that took place at the Civil Aviation Ministry yesterday. This morning, I'm told that there is a war room that has been created by the Civil Aviation Ministry, but clearly, if this is the condition at the airport, it seems that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has completely failed in doing their job, or perhaps getting the airline to really act as soon as possible. And this is actually happening over the last 3 days itself. Now, this happens to be India's biggest aviation meltdown, which is basically centered around the national capital. All Indigo domestic departures from Delhi have been cancelled till about midnight, triggering massive travel disruption. There have been long delays, sudden cancellations, and packed terminals have left hundreds of passengers stranded as Indigo's operations remain deeply unstable for the 4th straight day. Take a look at this detailed report.
Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport is witnessing the worst aviation chaos. The Indigo Airlines announced that all domestic departures from Delhi stand cancelled till midnight, leaving passengers scrambling for alternatives.
मैडम देखिए, डोंट गो इंडिगो. हमको इतनी दिक्कत आई है. एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट हमारा सेमिनार था. अभी पूरे बैंगलोर से आए हैं, जो भी आए हैं एयर इंडिया से अदर फ्लाइट से आए हैं. अभी भी 70 लोग रुके हैं. रात 1 बजे आया है, कोई 12 बजे आया है. रीशेड्यूल करके दे रहे हैं. तुरंत 10 मिनट के बाद बोल रहे हैं कि आपका लखनऊ से उधर से इधर से फिर कैंसिल कर लो, पैसा ले लो. ओके, मैं बोलता हूँ कि वर्स्ट सर्विस है. डोंट गो इंडिगो. हम इतना टेंशन में आ गए हैं. इतना इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है, क्या करेंगे आप इसके बारे में?
इतना तंग हो चुके हैं कि हम लोगों को इतना ये है कि हम लोगों का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था. एक फ्लाइट इंडिगो वजह से पूरा 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम हम लोगों को नुकसान कर दिया. सो पूरा घटिया सर्विस है.
The aviation crisis triggered ripples across the country. Indigo's flight network continued to unravel, with hundreds of cancellations and delays at major airports. Indigo issued a detailed statement over the issue, acknowledging a significant disruption in its network over the past few days. The airline firm apologized to its customers, saying its teams are attempting to stabilize operations as quickly as possible amid heavy congestion across airports.
What we've been told by the passengers that we've been able to speak till now, they're telling us that the entire airport has turned into a railway station with people lying there on the floor everywhere, because Indigo has now, of course, just a few minutes back, Indigo has announced that all the flights stands cancelled.
The crisis stems from a combination of pilot shortages and miscalculations in rolling out the second phase of flight duty time limit rules, which mandate longer rest hours and tighter night duty limits. With large-scale cancellations ongoing, Indigo has begun cutting flights to ease pressure on its schedule, while further stating that full operation efficiency will be achieved by February 10th next year.
Well, amid Indigo's unprecedented operational meltdown, which has essentially grounded over 1,000 flights nationwide, including all domestic departures from Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport until midnight, what we are also witnessing is that hotels in the adjacent AeroCity area is essentially witnessing a dramatic price surge. Properties like the Hyatt Delhi residence are commanding about 41,000 rupees per night. JW Marriott Roseate House over around 30,000 rupees, and even mid-tier options such as Urban Tree and Cardinal Express have spiked to about 31,000 to 36,000 rupees, far exceeding the typical rates amid the chaos of pilot shortages, tech glitches and revised flight duty norms. Now, this opportunistic hike, with some rooms reportedly exceeding about 74,000 rupees, has drawn sharp criticism from passengers already facing delays, lost luggage and protests, prompting the government intervention on fare controls as the airline essentially scrambles to restore services by mid-February. In fact, this has happened parallelly what we have essentially seen in the last few days as a number of cancellations have taken place. And remember, in most cases, there's been no accommodation that has actually been provided by the airline itself. Despite the demands that have been made by passengers who have been stranded there for hours put together, there's been no alternative sources that have been arranged by the airline itself. Shambhavi is also joining us. Shambhavi, you did try reaching out to some of the hotel owners in the area to get a sense of what's really happening and why exactly are they really profiting at a time of complete crisis. What more are you picking up from the associations?
So from what we know, we have the first-hand experience from the aggrieved passengers. We've spoken to several people here who've tried booking their rooms just because their flights have been delayed, for more than 38 hours, and they were getting zero reply. And rooms which are usually valued at somewhere around 7,000 to 10,000, even mid-tier rooms, they are priced somewhat just triple the amount, and the rates are starting from 30,000. We've been constantly checking the rates of the nearby hotel rooms, leaving alone the 5-star and 3-star hotels. The hotels which are second tier or very mid-tier, we can see that there is a surge in the prices. And not just the hotel rooms, the other airlines, be it Air India, be it SpiceJet, all these flights are also profiteering, taking undue advantage of these passengers who are stranded. Somebody is stranded from Chennai, somebody is stranded from Pune, and all of them. And this entire situation, we have also constantly showing the visuals from inside the airport, and you can see that people are practically lying down in the middle of the airport on sheets. You can see several people, because Indigo, let alone actually providing any accommodation, the Indigo is refusing to even interact with the passengers, to even answer their questions if their flight is delayed, if their flight is cancelled after all, so that they can start looking for alternatives. So there has been a very shabby presentation of service from Indigo's end. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Shambhavi, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking this very closely, as the situation is far from normal at this point in time. The chaos has basically impacted hundreds of Indigo's flights as well as passengers there, as cancellations continue from across different parts of the country.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Security.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
R Pure सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा R Pure मसाला।
Security.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
Security.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
In a joint statement that has now been issued by India and Russia, the emphasis has also been on how exactly will Russia really continue with the war in Ukraine. Is there an end game to it? Now, in the joint statement that was issued by India and Russia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has announced that India and Russia have essentially agreed on a 2030 economic cooperation program that's aimed at diversifying bilateral trade and investment after his talks with President Vladimir Putin. Prime Minister Modi also said the roadmap will accelerate the growth across priority sectors and deepen long-term economic engagement between the two countries. In fact, let's first take you through what is it that the Prime Minister had to say after the bilateral talks that have taken place, and once again reiterating the position that India hasn't taken any sides. India is on the side of peace. Now, that is one of the biggest talking point, keeping in mind that this is a messaging that the Prime Minister has also done to the Western world right now, who would be very keenly watching the two leaders together. Take a look at what the Prime Minister had to say earlier today.
फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। यूक्रेन के संबंध में भारत ने शुरुआत से शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण और स्थायी समाधान के लिए किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। भारत और रूस के बीच यूएन, G20, ब्रिक्स, SCO तथा अन्य मंचों पर करीबी सहयोग रहा है। करीबी तालमेल के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए हम इन सभी मंचों पर अपना संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे।
In fact, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has just put out a statement on the back foot. Civil Aviation Ministry finally responds to the crisis that India is facing today with regards to the number of cancellations that have essentially taken place. Questions being raised about whether at all this was a manufactured crisis to begin with after the FDTL norms that was rolled back by the DGCA. We'll try and put out the statement in a while from now as to what exactly is the roadmap right now for the Ministry of Civil Aviation and what is it that they have told the airlines. In fact, two set of meetings that have taken place since the crisis began, with the Civil Aviation Minister calling the airline management to resolve the issue. It seems that Indigo in the first meeting itself said that they aren't in a position to perhaps comply with the FDTL norms, which is essentially a norm by which the pilots get a resting period, and that was an enhanced resting period that was given to the pilots as per the new rules. Now, going back to the old rules would essentially mean that the pilots would operate at a lesser number of free hours, and more importantly, Indigo maintains that the new rules have essentially impacted their crew roster, resulting in a situation that they do not have enough crew members to fly their aircraft, and that is the reason why the number of flights that have been cancelled over the last 3 days. This is the fourth day where the number of cancellations have gone up to more than 100 cancellations that have already taken place from across different parts of the country, starting from New Delhi to Mumbai, major cities where the cancellations have been reported. In fact, through the day, there would be no operations of Indigo in most cities, with New Delhi, where we have been told that the operations have been suspended till about midnight. In Mumbai, where the cancellations have essentially taken place, and we're being told that over 60 flights have been cancelled in Mumbai itself. Bangalore has been one of the worst hits. We've essentially witnessed several pilgrims who were basically on the way to Kerala. They've been stranded there. Protests are essentially taking place inside the airport. But inside sources basically now indicating that the DGCA has essentially given in to what Indigo has been demanding, that is a rollback to the old norms to begin with, the FDTL norms that have been brought in. In fact, in the latest notification that has been issued to Indigo, they've essentially asked for a compliance every 15 days, and 30 days time have now been given to Indigo to essentially comply with the new FDTL norms that have been brought in. We'll try and see if we can get in any of our reporters on the ground right now and see what we can actually get on board right now. In fact, some reports can also be played out. A short while back, there were reports that came in from Bhubaneswar, Hyderabad, as well as Mumbai and in the national capital too, where because of the cancellations that have taken place, other airlines have actually increased their airfares. Air India being one such. Air India Express have also increased their airfares, and Indigo has put the entire blame on the new rules that were brought in. As of now, there has been a templated response really coming in from Indigo. In fact, Indigo has simply apologized by stating that they are going to gradually normalize the situation. So it is unexpected that situation will be normalized in the next couple of hours. It seems that the flights would be suspended for some more time till till a time when they are in a position to normalize the situation. Let me just quickly recap before we try and at least go across to some of the reporters on the ground. One, with regards to the notification that is now basically coming in from the DGCA, where they're essentially admitting to the fact that it is Indigo which had basically asked for a rollback or at least more time before they can actually implement the new norms, which means as of today, they would be going back to the old norms, by which pilots would be only getting about 38 hours of rest, unlike the new norms which had basically stipulated 48 hours of resting time for the pilots. In fact, the rollback came in roughly around 2 o'clock this afternoon after the meeting that took place and was called by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. In fact, it seems that airline bodies have now slammed Indigo, saying that this was a manufactured crisis simply because of the fact that they were essentially given enough time to comply with the new rules. But compliance with the new rules would have essentially meant hiring of more pilots, because Indigo had frozen the hiring process. Secondly, with regards to the new rules, that would have had some impact on Indigo's nighttime operations. It seems that the nighttime operations have also taken a massive hit. We'll try and see if we can go to any of our reporters right now. Shambhavi is joining us on this broadcast. Shambhavi, there's been a clear rollback coming in, but at the same time, some confusion coming in with regards to why exactly 30 days have now been given to the airline to comply with the rules. Shambhavi, can you hear me? We seem to be having some trouble connecting with Shambhavi on the phone line right now. I'll just take you through some of the images that are coming in right now. These images that you see from Mumbai and also from Bengaluru, where clearly passengers are seeking a response from the frontline staff workers of the airline. It seems that those behind the glass doors of Indigo haven't really found any answer to these very questions. Most of the passengers have been complaining about the fact that once they've landed at the airport, there's been no communication from the airline's side in terms of whether at all there's going to be a refund to begin with. Many passengers have also claimed that they were essentially asked to stand in a line to get their refund. In fact, several reports now coming in from Mumbai. We're going to try and put that out in a short while from now, where we're given to understand that some passengers have complained of uneasiness and resulting in doctors being called in at the Mumbai airport. We'll try and see what we can get in. My colleague Niranjan is also joining us on this broadcast. Niranjan, what we had essentially reported this morning, that it appears to be a manufactured crisis, because Indigo in their first meeting had clearly stated that they wanted a rollback to the old rules.
That's correct, and eventually that's what has happened. Now, there is a detailed statement that we are also getting right now. And in this very detailed statement that has just been put out, especially all airlines, especially Indigo, will resolve to severe disruption in flight schedules and stabilize services without delay. I'm taking you through the full statement. 2 orders have been issued to mitigate the problems faced by the public, restore stability of services, especially by Indigo. The ministry statement saying that all flight schedules would stabilize, begin returning to normal midnight. So they claim it's going to be midnight and they will be normalized after that. Full services and stability will return over the next couple of days. Passengers can track delays, if any, from home through information system installed by Indigo and others. And in the event of flight cancellation of Indigo, will ensure automatic full refund for tickets. And if passengers are stranded, they will be put up at hotels where accommodation has been booked by airlines. Special measures have been taken to ensure senior citizens are not discomforted in any manner. They will be provided with lounge access. Passengers of delayed flights provided with refreshments, other necessities. 24/7 control room and Ministry of Civil Aviation constantly monitoring the situation on real-time basis. Now, they claim it's going to be, fine by tonight, Shambhavi. That's what the statement says. By midnight, it's going to be okay. But some airlines have already cancelled flights for the next few days. Not just today, but for next few days. Jammu, for example, saying that no Indigo flights for the next 60 hours at least.
Right, and these have been some of the most common complaints, even when we spoke to the passengers here who were stranded, who've been stranded for more than 28-30 hours at the airport. The first one was the lack of accommodation, any kind of accommodation for the people whose flight have been cancelled for more than 48 hours, and that has been resolved here. And especially one of the most grave issues were the stranded elderly people, senior citizens. Even one of them fainted in the middle of the airport because of so much crowd and lack of proper facilities. Now they will be taken care of. And earlier, when Indigo was presenting the issues that it had with this FDTL rule, was they wanted some relief on the definition when it comes to the night shift, so that they can accommodate more pilots in the roster and more flights can be used. And this grave situation which is happening in this aviation industry right now can be relieved in some sort. So major issues like providing of water, refreshments, and also a proper accommodation or even refund, because a lot of these people, they have booked flights for a lot amount of money, and when they are trying to book flights in other airlines for a flight which usually costs 9,000 to 11,000, let's just say for Delhi to Chennai, Air India is the ticket is for around 60,000. So the price has increased multi-folds, and this will definitely serve as a relief for the passengers who've been stranded here or who have become a victim to this crisis, to this Indigo crisis.
Okay, right. I'm going to stay with the details of the statement. Ministry of Civil Aviation claims that full services will be restored in a few days, but looking at the situation in different airports, in fact, let's look at the different images also coming in from the different airports. Let's play out some reports. In Bangalore, there have been protests this morning, over 100 flights that have been cancelled in Bengaluru alone. Similarly, there's some protests that were seen in Mumbai. And in many cities, the protests have been seen in airports with people asking, what about their refunds? What about their luggage? What about their accommodation? And the Ministry of Civil Aviation says that it will be all right by tonight. But the fact is, with over 1,200 flights that are already cancelled, the situation will need some answers. For example, what about the passengers who've lost out in the last 36 hours? And India's biggest aviation meltdown is now centered in the national capital, where over 200 flights were cancelled today alone. 225 in Delhi today. All flights were cancelled, and Indigo domestic departures from Delhi have been put on hold, triggering huge disruptions. Long delays were seen, sudden cancellations, packed terminals, and tempers running high.
Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport is witnessing the worst aviation chaos. The Indigo Airlines announced that all domestic departures from Delhi stand cancelled till midnight, leaving passengers scrambling for alternatives.
मैडम देखिए, डोंट गो इंडिगो. हमको इतनी दिक्कत आई है. एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट हमारा सेमिनार था. अभी पूरे बैंगलोर से आए हैं, जो भी आए हैं एयर इंडिया से अदर फ्लाइट से आए हैं. अभी भी 70 लोग रुके हैं. रात 1 बजे आया है, कोई 12 बजे आया है. रीशेड्यूल करके दे रहे हैं. तुरंत 10 मिनट के बाद बोल रहे हैं कि आपका लखनऊ से उधर से इधर से फिर कैंसिल कर लो, पैसा ले लो. ओके, मैं बोलता हूँ कि वर्स्ट सर्विस है. डोंट गो इंडिगो. हम इतना टेंशन में आ गए हैं. इतना इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है. क्या करेंगे आप इसके बारे में?
इतना तंग हो चुके हैं कि हम लोगों को इतना ये है कि हम लोगों का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था. एक फ्लाइट इंडिगो वजह से पूरा 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम हम लोगों को नुकसान कर दिया. सो
घटिया सर्विस है,
पूरा घटिया सर्विस है.
The aviation crisis triggered ripples across the country. Indigo's flight network continued to unravel, with hundreds of cancellations and delays at major airports. Indigo issued a detailed statement over the issue, acknowledging a significant disruption in its network over the past few days. The airline firm apologized to its customers, saying its teams are attempting to stabilize operations as quickly as possible amid heavy congestion across airports.
What we've been told by the passengers that we've been able to speak till now, they're telling us that the entire airport has turned into a railway station with people lying there on the floor everywhere, because Indigo has now, of course, just a few minutes back, Indigo has announced that all the flights stands cancelled.
The crisis stems from a combination of pilot shortages and miscalculations in rolling out the second phase of flight duty time limit rules, which mandate longer rest hours and tighter night duty limits. With large-scale cancellations ongoing, Indigo has begun cutting flights to ease pressure on its schedule, while further stating that full operation efficiency will be achieved by February 10th next year.
And Captain Ehsan Khalid joining us on the phone line. Captain Khalid, do you think it's going to be all right? DGCA, I mean, the Ministry of Civil Aviation feels the situation will start returning to normal by tonight, by midnight. Is that possible?
Look, everything was normal about 48 hours back. The new FDTL rules does not restrict airlines in a manner that the Indigo has went on to cancel the flights. The same rules are applied to Air India, the same rules apply to other airlines, and they are doing perfectly fine. However, I think much beyond the FDTL rules, there is malaise within the airline, because of which such large-scale cancellations have happened. And it isn't that they are overstressed by their resources. They just shut down the operations. Shut down the operations for the entire day. The reason is not known. It is not traffic congestion. It is not weather. It is not anything, because all the things that they quoted in their letter and statement is applicable to all the airlines. All other airlines are flying perfectly fine. So there is something much more bigger than what meets the eye. And definitely, if they want to fly, they can actually take on a flight of 95% of their flight without any hassle from now. All the resources, all the pilots, all the aircraft, everything is seated on ground. I don't know who made this decision of cancelling the flights the whole day.
Yeah, and why? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In several airports, it's happened, not just Delhi, but also in in Mumbai, in Chennai.
So if FDTL is the main reason, then pilots should not be sleeping in their homes for last 24, 36 hours. It is not as if that every pilot is saying, I will not fly because you are pushing me. No, they're not pushing. They're not even rostering it. The decision is of the management of not to fly. It is not a resource crunch. And mind you, I want your viewers to understand that India has seen some of very good airlines at the top of their performance, like Kingfisher, Jet Airways, folding. Could this be a beginning of an end of a very big airline?
Okay,
if it continues for a few days, it would be catastrophic. Probably various stakeholders, including the DGCA and ministry and the management of Indigo, should get together and get the aircraft in the air ASAP. If it continues for 7 more days, this airline cannot get on their feet again.
That's a big statement, sir. So saying that, I mean, what you're saying, that if it's not done now, this is not going to be good for Indigo. Now
the entire aviation scene, this collapse of this airline, God forbid, is going to be 3 times bigger than what Jet Airways cost to Indian industry. So, because this was an efficiently run airline. This is an efficiently run airline. It is run by management, by systems. Management might also have gone into fatigue. Airline is a very tough business to run. And to run it at the top of looks like that the management is not at the top of the game as of now. Management itself is running into fatigue.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir, for joining us. That's Captain Ehsan Khalid saying that things could get even more worse if the flights are not going to get off the ground anytime soon. Taking a break, coming back with some more videos that we're getting in from different airports. All Indigo flights from IGI cancelled. That's Delhi. We have more pictures coming in from some of the airports, including Delhi and Bengaluru. Stay tuned.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात।
Prime Minister Modi talks about the 25 years of India-Russia ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam.
Russia is a reliable supply of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
Russian President Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 p.m. today after airlines run short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight. Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. Getting some more breaking news on Putin's visit to India. The Russian president, as we speak, engagements, talks on joint production of the IL-114 aircraft will begin now, as per the Rostec chief. Now, we've been getting in different inputs of the big takeaways of the meeting between both the Russian president and the Indian Prime Minister. Now, on the sidelines, there are also different meetings ongoing between different agencies, banks, ministers, and the engagement is underway. Big takeaways. And one of the big takeaways, India and Russia will begin talks on joint production of the IL-114 aircraft. We spoke about civilian aircraft production in India. I have Paul Goncharov joining us live from Moscow this afternoon. Paul, good afternoon. How is Russia looking at the takeaways so far? We've heard both leaders speak and the different announcements being made. What is the big one according to you, Paul?
The BRICS, as represented by India, is a much larger chunk of the world's opinion. BRICS is now a real player, and this can't be disputed by anyone. G7, which was always the flagship of global success, is now taking second, even third place.
Yeah.
Hello?
I can hear you. Please go ahead. Yeah. And we're talking about civilian aircraft production, etc. They spoke about shared technologies. Now we are talking about civilian aircraft IL-114 production in India, jointly by India and Russia. Now, how critical is this to Russia and India?
It's not good. It's good business. Nothing critical about it, nothing too critical. Both countries, both India and Russia, have a well-developed technological base. Russia has a good manufacturing base, and it has good R&D that's applied.
Yes. I have Dimitri also joining us.
A long time. Why wasn't done earlier, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Dimitri is also joining us from Sputnik. Dimitri from Moscow. He heads Sputnik. Dimitri, are you there? Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi. What is the big headline according to you from the different announcements made today between both leaders?
So we just got this news coming in. This says India and Russia begin talks on joint production of the Ilyushin 114 aircraft. We got this directly from Rostec, which is the big Russian, defense exporter. And just so you understand, this is, if I had to basically summarize it shortly, this is a large plane that is designed to handle short, unpaved runways, even in the Arctic cold. It's basically made to operate for extreme conditions. And Russia has been testing it out in various scenarios because, as your viewers probably know, a large part of Russia is, difficult terrain. And despite the fact that, there's permanent ice, there are different sort of rural communities that live in the Russian far north, near the Arctic Circle, and sometimes they need, immediate, logistical support or humanitarian aid or whatever. And so these planes are designed to operate in these specific conditions. Now, we're currently only at the stages of talks beginning. There's no current deal on the table right now. But going forward, if Russia and India are able to make a deal out of this, I could very well potentially see this plane being used, for example, in the Himalayas. Because, India, like Russia, has tough, cold mountains and with populations that need logistical support there. But it could be also exported to other countries because, again, these sort of terrains are visible all across the world.
Yeah. But is it the same Ilyushin 114 turboprop that production was initially stopped, we are told, several years ago in 2012? Is it the same Ilyushin 114 we are talking about, Dimitri?
Well, we're talking about an upgraded version of the Ilyushin 1114. This one is able to operate autonomously from small airfields and, it's able to operate in lower temperatures. This is the II-14-300.
Right. Okay.
I have in front of me a more detailed characteristics. If you'd like, I can read it down for your viewers.
Right.
So it has the ability to fly between 450 to 500 kilometers per hour. Its maximum height is 7,600 meters. It can fly a distance of 1,400 kilometers. It's capable of carrying up to 68 passengers. Its maximum weight is 23.5 tons. And, it consumes about 560 kilograms of fuel per hour.
Okay, let me see if Paul is still with us. I'll try and take a question with him. Paul, on the question of oil trade with India, how do you look at it? Because, there has been pressure from the West. I think last 2 months, oil supplies have gone down from Russia, almost down 30% in the month of October. But do you see that stabilizing in the months to come?
Yeah, I see it stabilizing. I see the offtake growing. I mean, again, I got to go back to the issue. This only strengthens BRICS. It only strengthens rupee trade. The need is there and it's growing. For the West to control the taps is silly. It's an absurd situation they're in. And I think Mr. Modi and all of India, in fact, saying, well, why can't we buy? We have the money to buy. Who are you to regulate what we as a nation is a priority?
Yeah. Okay. I'll leave it at that for now. I'm getting in some more breaking news on the aviation crisis in India, so I'm going to get in some updates on that. Paul, I'll thank you at this point. Let's go back and get you the details of the statement. The joint statement that was issued by India and Russia. Prime Minister Modi announced that India and Russia have agreed on a 2030 economic cooperation program aimed at diversifying bilateral trade and investment. Some of the takeaways of the joint statement, I'd like to play that out, and then we'll get in some more breaking news updates on the aviation crisis.
तेईसवें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है जब हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 वर्ष पहले राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष पहले 2010 में हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। पिछले 2.5 दशक से उन्होंने अपने नेतृत्व और दूरदृष्टि से इन संबंधों को निरंतर सींचा है। हर परिस्थिति में उनके नेतृत्व ने आपसी संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई दी है। भारत के प्रति इस गहरी मित्रता और अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का, मेरे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे। आज राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मुझे इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम में शामिल होने का अवसर मिलेगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये मंच हमारे बिजनेस संबंधों को नई ताकत देगा। इससे एक्सपोर्ट, को प्रोडक्शन और को इनोवेशन के नए दरवाजे भी खुलेंगे। दोनों पक्ष यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ FTA के शीघ्र समापन के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कृषि और फर्टिलाइजर के क्षेत्र में हमारा करीबी सहयोग फूड सिक्योरिटी और किसान कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे खुशी है कि इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब दोनों पक्ष साथ मिलकर यूरिया उत्पादन के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता है। हम INSTC, नॉर्दर्न सी रूट, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर पर नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि अब हम भारत के सी फेरर्स की पोलर वाटर्स में ट्रेनिंग के लिए सहयोग करेंगे। यह आर्कटिक में हमारे सहयोग को नई ताकत तो देगा ही, साथ ही इससे भारत के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। उसी प्रकार से शिप बिल्डिंग में हमारा गहरा सहयोग मेक इन इंडिया को सशक्त बनाने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। यह हमारे विन विन सहयोग का एक और उत्तम उदाहरण है, जिससे जॉब्स, स्किल्स और रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी सभी को बल मिलेगा। ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है।
Okay, shifting our attention to the Indigo chaos across different airports. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been overwhelmed with the number of videos that we're getting in from different airports. This is one that came in from Mumbai, where a passenger has fallen sick at the Mumbai airport while waiting. While flight operation remains stalled, a passenger fell sick at the Mumbai Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus. Medical assistance can be seen arriving for the passenger. Complete chaos at different airports. This is just the Mumbai airport, where one passenger fell ill and was, had to get medical attention. An ambulance was called. After many of them were made to wait. In some airports, like Pune, for example, we're hearing of waiting time of almost 30 hours. Some who was stuck for almost 30 hours at the airport. That was in Pune. Meenakshi is joining me live with this story coming in from Mumbai. Meenakshi, what's the condition of this passenger? Did they get medical attention on time?
Yes, Niranjan, you are absolutely right. The passenger fell in sick and she admitted to hospital. And I spoke to Indigo staff here. They are saying she is now fine. Now, what is the situation now? Situation remains the same because sudden cancellation of Indigo flights have triggered long queue, and here passengers are getting frustrated, and also they are saying total mismanagement here. Let me show you the visuals here. It's Terminal 2, Mumbai Airport, and you can see here the long queue from. They are waiting for information only. They are not getting any information. Their flight has been cancelled, but they have not got anything yet, and they have no idea what to do because there is no information and there is no arrangement from Indigo staff only, and they are saying what to do now because they have others planned. They have a connecting flight also. Sir, what about you? What situation is now because your flight has been cancelled? Do you have any information? Are you getting any information?
Actually, what's happened is Indigo hasn't come back to us. Unfortunately, there's only 1 or 2 people at the counter, and there's hundreds of people. And this queue has taken I think this is our 3rd hour now waiting. Because we've come from overseas yesterday after 19 years back to India. And unfortunately, going to Jaipur, the flight got cancelled. Yeah.
So, have you got any information from Indigo?
They are just saying just wait in the queue. They can call the call center, but the call centers are coming busy, so we have to wait here in the queue. So I'm just waiting so that if they can reschedule the flight, just for that I'm waiting. Otherwise, my 2 flights are cancelled. But they schedule the afternoon, and in the afternoon, I'm thinking they will schedule it to 6:31.
So, ma'am, what is the biggest concern for you now?
Yes, let's get to some more pictures right now. We have a bad network there with Meenakshi, but a video that came in from Bengaluru. Let me go across to that. A video that came in, a heartbreaking video, in fact, of someone who was stuck at the Bengaluru airport. Let's get you the picture of a passenger, a young woman clutching her late father's ashes and later broke down. There's a picture that came in that's in that small urn were the ashes of her father. She was waiting at the airport, broke down into tears after learning that the family's scheduled flight to Delhi was cancelled. The family was en route to Haridwar for the religious ceremony and was informed by the airline staff that no alternative flights would be available for at least the next 3 days. Sudden cancellation, leaving them stranded and unable to continue their journey. Going across to the Thiruvananthapuram airport and a situation there this morning, several flights were cancelled there as well. In Kerala, many airports witnessing chaos. We saw some videos come in from Kochi where people are waiting for several hours. Many international flights also impacted there. Here's a report on the situation in Kerala and Thiruvananthapuram.
India's aviation crisis widens across major airports of the country. Disruptions in flight services continue to leave travelers stranded for the 3rd consecutive day in Kerala, as Indigo, India's largest airline, is grappled with service disruptions for the 3rd straight day in the state due to an operational breakdown. At the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, 8 Indigo flights have been cancelled and 5 Indigo flights have been delayed so far.
Yeah, morning 7:30 is the flight. We didn't got any information about that flight. Yesterday night also we didn't get the messages. Morning we came at 5 o'clock. We asked, they said 1:55 is the reschedule. Then said, is it confirmed? They said no. Not sure, but we have been told that 1:55. Then I asked him, till that time where should I stay? Please allow us, at least we'll sit inside. They're not even allowing. We were sitting there in the sun on the platform, but till now, no one responding, no refreshments, nothing. Indigo people, not even one person came and talked about that.
We are coming from Hyderabad. They have cancelled the flight. We waited for 11 to 12 hours in the airport only. They are not even, no one is respond. We are running here and there. People all are just disturbed. They are telling we will talk there like only it's a blunder mistake from Indigo. Just we want our luggage, nothing. We want any refund or nothing. If we get our luggage, we will go.
In the south, Thiruvananthapuram International Airport is the third worst affected after airports of Bengaluru and Chennai. The flight disruptions in Thiruvananthapuram came at a time when the airline continues to battle a wave of flight cancellations and delays nationwide.
The struggling of the passengers continue unabated even on the third day of the national aviation crisis that plagued in Indigo Airlines. Even on Friday, hundreds of passengers, including the officials who reached Thiruvananthapuram for National Navy Day celebrations and other Sabarimala pilgrims reached the airport in the morning, and they were seated for hours without even informing that their flights have been cancelled. After being seated inside for hours, they were informed that the flights have been cancelled. With no other option, they all moved to various hotels in the city to plan their journey options. However, due to the cancellation and the delays, there was a heavy rush of customers in various hotels. The demand was high and the hotel owners charged even double or triple amount from them. Even most of the passengers are now planning to move to Coimbatore or Hyderabad or Bengaluru in interstate Volvo buses. By making use of the situation, the interstate Volvo buses are even charging them huge amounts. The passengers are left with no other option except paying huge amounts for reaching their homes safely and on time.
More on the national aviation emergency, more videos coming in. We'll connect with more passengers when we come back.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
सिक्योरिटी Of up to 80%. As a result, last year, the Russian-Indian trade volume reached and an impress of economic, technological and resource potential. Once again, I would like to stress that under the leadership of His Excellency Modi, India is conducting an absolutely independent and sovereign policy and at the same time achieves very good results in the economic field. Today, the Indian economy is one of the fastest growing in the world. Figures speak for themselves. Over a decade, the GDP of the country has almost doubled, and in terms of the purchasing power parity, it increased by 2.5 times. Thanks to the sound economic policy and such landmark initiatives by Prime Minister Modi as Make in India program, India is strengthening its technological sovereignty. The Indian processing and light industry, IT sector, and pharmaceuticals take leading positions in the world. In Russia, we study the Indian experience with interest, and it is used in implementation of our national programs of import substitution and localization of products with high value added. The leadership of two countries and Prime Minister Modi and I in person pay particular attention to deepening multifaceted economic ties between Russia and India. Following today's negotiations, we adopted the program for the development of Russian and Indian economic cooperation. This comprehensive document aims at making sure that we can achieve the goal Mr. Modi and I set for ourselves, so that we can increase the trade volume by 2030 to $100 billion. It requires most active efforts of business communities from both countries aimed at further expanding and diversification of trade volumes and building balanced structure of reciprocal trade. Given the significant trade deficit of Russia, the Russian business, our companies, are ready to manifold increase the purchase from India of a widest range of goods and services. We are interested in it, dear friends, because it makes our economy more resilient. From their part, Indian entrepreneurs, as was demonstrated by the forum, are equally interested in trading with Russia. They have something to offer, so the synergy is obvious. So it would only be logical that projects contributing to greater supplies of Indian products to Russia receive priority attention in implementation of the new export support program recently adopted by the government of Mr. Modi. From my part, I would like to assure the business circles that all useful initiatives aimed at development of mutual economic exchanges will be further supported by Russian ministries and authorities. No doubt, the key role in creating conditions for a truly free trade between our countries is played by the Intergovernmental Commission. It is important that together in close cooperation we eliminate the Romanian customs and administrative barriers which stay in the way of reciprocal movement of goods, services and capitals. In this regard, a strong impetus, as it seems, could be given by rapid signature of a preferential trade agreement between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. Free trade is unthinkable without a resilient system of bilateral settlements and reliable payment and insurance mechanisms. Tangible advantages are offered by the use of national currencies. It makes it possible to ensure uninterrupted financial transactions regardless of external developments. And obviously, accessibility of transport and logistics communications plays a crucial role. A lot is already being done in this regard. Implementation of the project to create the corridor south-north from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean is ongoing. And infrastructure modernization of the Northern Sea route is being modernized in order to use it for the supplies of Indian goods to the world markets. Obviously, the cooperation of our two countries should not be limited to trade alone. We should move on and enhance our industrial cooperation. Together we should create new cutting-edge products and strengthen technological alliances. First and foremost in such advanced and knowledge-intensive sectors as digitalization, autonomous robotics, pharmaceuticals, including synthesis of efficient pharmaceuticals and production of high-tech medicine equipment. We are ready for broad cooperation with India in the field of artificial intelligence, where our countries have already advanced a lot. Russia is interested in participating in the as I've just mentioned it to Prime Minister. We are ready to participate in the Summit on Artificial Intelligence, scheduled to take place in India in February 2026. We will send a representative delegation. In conclusion, I would like to stress once again further strengthening of Russian-Indian trade and investment ties and close cooperation between business communities effectively contributes to economic growth and development and greater well-being of our citizens, and therefore it meets the fundamental interests of our countries and peoples. I would like to wish to the participants and organizers of the forum all the best. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing your vision on the immense potential of bilateral trade. Excellencies, now I respectfully invite Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to deliver his concluding remarks.
Your Excellency, my friend राष्ट्रपति पुतिन, भारत और रूस बिजनेस के सभी लीडर्स, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्कार। इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम, मैं समझता हूँ कि राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव रहा कि इतना बड़ा डेलीगेशन लेकर के आज इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने हैं और आप सबका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ। और मेरा भी आप सबके बीच आना एक बहुत प्रसन्नता का अवसर है। इस फोरम से जुड़ने के लिए और अपने बहुमूल्य विचार साझा करने के लिए मैं मेरे मित्र राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। बिजनेस के लिए सिंप्लीफाइड प्रिडिक्टेबल मैकेनिज्म बनाए जा रहे हैं। भारत और यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के बीच FTA पर चर्चा शुरू हो गई है और साथियों हम अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर के भी, जैसा अभी पीयूष जी ने उल्लेख किया था और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने जो संभावनाओं का वर्णन किया है, उसे देखते हुए हम बहुत कम समय में बहुत बड़े लक्ष्य हासिल कर सकते हैं। बिजनेस हो या डिप्लोमेसी, किसी भी साझेदारी की नींव आपसी विश्वास है। भारत रूस संबंधों की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति यही विश्वास है। यह हमारे साझे प्रयासों को दिशा भी देता है और गति भी देता है। यही वह लॉन्च पैड है जो हमें नए सपनों, नई आकांक्षाओं की उड़ान भरने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। पिछले वर्ष राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने 2030 तक द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को $100 बिलियन का उस लक्ष्य को पार करने का हमने निर्धार किया था। लेकिन कल से मेरी जो राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से बात हो रही है और जिस प्रकार के पोटेंशियल नजर आ रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें 2030 तक इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। ये मैं साफ देख रहा हूं। हम उस लक्ष्य को समय से पहला पूरा करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और मेरा विश्वास बढ़ रहा है। टैरिफ और नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर्स को कम किया जा रहा है, लेकिन साथियों इन प्रयासों की असली शक्ति आप जैसे बिजनेस लीडर्स हैं। आपकी ऊर्जा, आपका इनोवेशन और आपका एम्बिशन, यही हमारे संयुक्त भविष्य को आकार देते हैं। फ्रेंड, पिछले 11 वर्षों में भारत में जिस स्पीड और स्केल के साथ हमने बदलाव किए हैं वह अभूतपूर्व हैं। रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म, इस सिद्धांत पर चलते हुए भारत तेजी से विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने की और आगे बढ़ रहा है। और 11 वर्षों की इस रिफॉर्म यात्रा में हम न थके हैं, हम न रुके हैं। हमारे संकल्प पहले से ज्यादा मजबूत हैं और हम लक्ष्य की दिशा में बड़े आत्मविश्वास के साथ बहुत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। जीएसटी में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म और कंप्लायंसेस में कटौती, ऐसे कदम उठाए गए हैं ताकि ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बढ़ावा मिले। डिफेंस और स्पेस को प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल दिया गया है। इससे इन सेक्टर्स में नए अवसर बने हैं। अब हम सिविल न्यूक्लियर सेक्टर में भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहे हैं। यह केवल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म नहीं, बल्कि माइंडसेट रिफॉर्म्स हैं। इन रिफॉर्म्स के पीछे एक ही संकल्प है, विकसित भारत। फ्रेंड्स, कल और आज आपके बीच बहुत ही उपयोगी और सार्थक चर्चाएं हुई हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत और रूस के सहयोग के सभी क्षेत्रों का इस बैठक में प्रतिनिधित्व किया गया है। आप सभी के सुझावों और प्रयासों के लिए मैं आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मेरी ओर से हमारे सहयोग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कुछ विचार आपके सामने मैं रखता हूं। पहला, लॉजिस्टिक्स और कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में आज की बैठक में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने हमारे कनेक्टिविटी के पूरे पोटेंशियल को रियलाइज करने पर बल दिया है। INSTC या तो फिर नॉर्दर्न सी रूट यानी चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर, इन पर हम आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। जल्द ही इस दिशा में प्रगति होगी। इससे ट्रांजिट टाइम घटेगा, कॉस्ट कम होगी और बिजनेस के लिए नए मार्केट्स खुलेंगे। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत के साथ हम कस्टम्स, लॉजिस्टिक्स और रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम को वर्चुअल ट्रेड कॉरिडोर से जोड़ सकते हैं। इससे कस्टम्स क्लियरेंस तेज होगा, पेपर वर्क घटेगा और कार्गो मूवमेंट अधिक सीमलेस बनेगा। दूसरा, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स। हाल ही में रूस द्वारा भारत से डेयरी और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के निर्यात के लिए भारतीय कंपनियों की लिस्ट में विस्तार किया गया है। इससे भारत के एक्सपोर्टर्स के लिए नए अवसर बने हैं। भारत के हाई क्वालिटी मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स, वैल्यू एडेड सी फूड, प्रोसेस्ड फूड, इसकी बड़ी मात्रा में ग्लोबल डिमांड है। हम कोल्ड चेन लॉजिस्टिक्स, डीप सी फिशिंग और फिशिंग हार्बर्स के मॉडर्नाइजेशन में जॉइंट वेंचर और टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप बना सकते हैं। इससे रूस की डोमेस्टिक डिमांड भी पूरी होगी और भारतीय उत्पादों को नए मार्केट भी मिलेंगे। तीसरा, ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर। भारत अफोर्डेबल, एफिशिएंट ईवीज, टू व्हीलर्स और CNG मोबिलिटी सॉल्यूशंस में आज ग्लोबल लीडर है। रूस एडवांस मटेरियल का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम मिलकर EV मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऑटोमोटिव कंपोनेंट्स और शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी टेक, इसमें साझेदारी कर सकते हैं। इससे हम न केवल अपनी जरूरतों को पूरा कर सकेंगे, बल्कि ग्लोबल साउथ, विशेषकर अफ्रीका के विकास में भी योगदान दे सकते हैं। चौथा, फार्मा। भारत आज विश्व भर में किफायती मूल्यों पर उच्चतम क्वालिटी की दवाइयां सप्लाई कर रहा है। इसलिए भारत को फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड भी कहा जाता है। हम दोनों मिलकर जॉइंट वैक्सीन डेवलपमेंट, कैंसर थेरेपीज, रेडियो फार्मास्यूटिकल्स और API सप्लाई चेन में सहयोग कर सकते हैं। इससे हेल्थ केयर सिक्योरिटी भी बढ़ेगी और नई इंडस्ट्रीज भी विकसित होगी। पांचवा, टेक्सटाइल। भारत के पास नेचुरल फाइबर से लेकर टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल तक विशाल क्षमता है। डिजाइन, हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स और कारपेट्स में हमारी वैश्विक पहचान है। रूस पॉलीमर और सिंथेटिक रॉ मटेरियल्स का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम साथ मिलकर रेजिलिएंट टेक्सटाइल वैल्यू चेन बना सकते हैं। इसी तरह फर्टिलाइजर, सिरेमिक्स, सीमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी सहयोग की कई संभावनाएं हैं। साथियों, सभी क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने में मैन पावर मोबिलिटी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। भारत आज दुनिया की स्किल कैपिटल के रूप में उभर रहा है। हमारा युवा टैलेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग, हेल्थ केयर, कंस्ट्रक्शन, लॉजिस्टिक्स, हर क्षेत्र में ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को पूरा करने की क्षमता रखता है। रूस की डेमोग्राफिक और इकोनॉमिक प्रायोरिटीज को देखते हुए यह साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए अत्यंत उपयोगी है। जब हम भारत के टैलेंट को रूसी भाषा और सॉफ्ट स्किल में ट्रेनिंग देंगे तो हम मिलकर एक ऐसी रशिया रेडी वर्कफोर्स तैयार कर सकते हैं जो दोनों देशों की शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी को गति देगी। फ्रेंड्स, आज हम अपने दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के लिए टूरिस्ट वीजा पर कई अहम हमने फैसले लिए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के बीच टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, टूर ऑपरेटर्स के लिए नए बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज बनेगी और रोजगार के नए अवसर खुलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और रूस को इनोवेशन, को प्रोडक्शन और को क्रिएशन की नई यात्रा पर साथ चल रहे हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य आपसी व्यापार बढ़ाने तक सीमित नहीं है। हम पूरी मानवता की भलाई सुनिश्चित करना चाहते हैं। इसके लिए ग्लोबल चैलेंज का स्थायी समाधान तैयार करना है। भारत इस यात्रा में रूस के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहता हूं, कम मेक इन इंडिया, पार्टनर विथ इंडिया एंड टुगेदर लेट अस मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And there at the Bharat Mandapam, the Putin and Prime Minister Modi have just spoken. This is the live shots that are coming in from there. The Russian president earlier spoke about the broader cooperation need, and then Prime Minister Modi clearly speaking on Indian-Russian Business Forum. Russia is going to be participating in the summit in India, has been participating. Very, very clear words from the Prime Minister on what lies ahead, the way they've come forward today, and Prime Minister Modi greeting Putin as dear friends and this walk together in the fight against terror. Very clear words today. This is clear today that India is here trying to tell and welcoming Russia, tariffs, non-tariffs, barriers being reduced. Prime Minister Modi very, very clear today that in this fight on terrorism and all other aspects, India is going to be together with Russia to ensure that the way ahead is smooth. We're also now, as we're going to go across to what's been lying today and what's been happening with the welcome that Russian president has achieved at the India-Russia Forum. Prime Minister Modi in the joint statement has also spoken about the economic cooperation plan that lies ahead. He's hailed India-Russia relations, claimed it to be the North Star in the changing world order. The Prime Minister has said both the countries have agreed on economic cooperation program till 2030. Viewers, now to our top focus, India's biggest aviation meltdown. It's now centered in the national capital. All Indigo domestic departures from Delhi have been cancelled till midnight, triggering a massive travel disruption. There have been long delays, sudden cancellations, and packed terminals have left hundreds of passengers stranded as Indigo's operations remain deeply unstable for the fourth straight day. It started being reported right here on Republic TV. It's only here that we're actually giving you the entire picture and questioning the government also on what really is the way ahead for full stability to be achieved in India and answers to be coming from Indigo.
Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport is witnessing the worst aviation chaos. The Indigo Airlines announced that all domestic departures from Delhi stand cancelled till midnight, leaving passengers scrambling for alternatives.
मैडम देखिए, डोंट गो इंडिगो. हमको इतनी दिक्कत आई है. एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट हमारा सेमिनार था. अभी पूरे बैंगलोर से आए हैं, जो भी आए हैं एयर इंडिया से, अदर फ्लाइट से आए हैं. अभी भी 70 लोग रुके हैं. रात 1 बजे आया है, कोई 12 बजे आया है. रीशेड्यूल करके दे रहे हैं. तुरंत 10 मिनट के बाद बोल रहे हैं कि आपका लखनऊ से उधर से इधर से फिर कैंसिल कर लो, पैसा ले लो. ओके, मैं बोलता हूँ कि वर्स्ट सर्विस है. डोंट गो इंडिगो. हम इतना टेंशन में आ गए हैं. इतना इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है, क्या करेंगे आप इसके बारे में?
इतना तंग हो चुके हैं कि हम लोगों को इतना ये है कि हम लोगों का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था. एक फ्लाइट इंडिगो वजह से पूरा 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम हम लोगों को नुकसान कर दिया. सो
घटिया सर्विस है,
पूरा घटिया सर्विस है.
The aviation crisis triggered ripples across the country. Indigo's flight network continued to unravel, with hundreds of cancellations and delays at major airports. Indigo issued a detailed statement over the issue, acknowledging a significant disruption in its network over the past few days. The airline firm apologized to its customers, saying its teams are attempting to stabilize operations as quickly as possible amid heavy congestion across airports.
What we've been told by the passengers that we've been able to speak till now, they're telling us that the entire airport has turned into a railway station with people lying there on the floor everywhere, because Indigo has now, of course, just a few minutes back, Indigo has announced that all the flights stands cancelled.
The crisis stems from a combination of pilot shortages and miscalculations in rolling out the second phase of flight duty time limit rules, which mandate longer rest hours and tighter night duty limits. With large-scale cancellations ongoing, Indigo has begun cutting flights to ease pressure on its schedule, while further stating that full operation efficiency will be achieved by February 10th next year.
Chennai International Airport suffered a fresh wave of disruption on Friday, with 32 Indigo flights have been cancelled in the early hours as operational difficulties continued to ripple through. Here's that report.
Indigo's operational crisis enters day 4, triggering widespread chaos across the country. As many as 32 arrivals and departures have been cancelled in Chennai, creating unrest among flyers.
With over 1,000 Indigo flights cancelled in the last 2 days, we had 26 flights cancelled from Chennai yesterday and 31 today, while the airport authorities say that the cancelled flights are getting refunds. We can see the number of people crowded in the airport today, the Chennai International Airport, while 31 flights all over India from Chennai has been cancelled.
Passengers expressed extreme frustration over a lack of prior communication from the airlines.
Indigo has done a blunder. The government should take action against these companies because, see, every passengers are under when.
Perhaps today I'm looking at the flight is still delayed, so I don't know exactly what's happening.
On Thursday alone, 54 Indigo flights were cancelled and 51 were delayed due to ongoing nationwide operation crisis. The disruption marks the 4th consecutive day of major operational issues for Indigo Airlines at the airports. The country's largest airline has now cancelled more than 500 flights today, leaving tens of thousands of passengers stranded.
Coming up after a short break, we bring you the latest details on India's biggest aviation crisis.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Security.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
सिक्योरिटी
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, it's 5 p.m. and you're watching live and breaking with me, Shavan Sen. We're going to start this edition with what's really happening in Pakistan and how exactly, once again, the Pakistani ISI is targeting Republic Media Network. All this and much more, but first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of India-Russia ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam attack.
Russia is a reliable supply of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
Russian President Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 o'clock this evening after airlines runs short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight. Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. This is how the DGISPR in a briefing has basically referred to the expose of Republic TV. When Republic Media Network exposed the role of Pakistani army in the mysterious disappearance of Imran Khan and also speaking to Imran Khan's family members, the DGISPR has now named Republic in its briefing, targeting the PTI, saying that the PTI has essentially been using Republic Media Network. In fact, this is what the DGCA had said, but we're not going to play out the audio. We're just going to put out the visuals of that briefing that took place, and I'm going to just put out the details of what really transpired in the weekly briefing of the DGISPR to the Pakistani media. We're going to put out that clip of the DGISPR. In fact, in that clip, one can see the DGISPR head essentially targeting Republic Media Network, saying that we have colluded with the PTI, and the fact that the PTI has been operating through several Benami accounts and passing information to India, and has now alleged that Republic Media Network happens to be a raw agent, and that is the reason why we have basically taken side of Imran Khan. The question here is that when Imran Khan's family members spoke against failed Marshal Asim Munir, targeting Asim Munir, saying that Asim Munir was selling Pakistan, voice of Imran Khan's family members was first aired by Republic Media Network, where they had taken on the Pakistani establishment, saying that Shehbaz Sharif was nothing but just simply a puppet in the hands of Asim Munir, and that he was unable to take any decision without consulting failed Marshal Asim Munir. And I'm going to just play out that clip, but in fact, I'm just going to speak over the clipping of the DGISPR, where we are given to understand in a large screen, he has basically taken a clipping. She has shown a clipping of our broadcast. This broadcast was when we had first spoken. In fact, we were the only Indian news network to have spoken to Alima Khan. In fact, Major General Shashi Asthana is also joining us. Can we just show the visuals of that clipping that we have just got? Because, in fact, the fact that most of these accounts are withheld, we've just tried to verify from the briefing that took place a short while back, where you've had the Pakistanis yet again. In the past too, remember, they've targeted Republic Media Network, and what is laughable is that the DGISPR says that Republic Media Network is not a friend of Pakistan. That's a reality. We were never a friend to begin with, but having said that, we certainly had the courage to expose failed Marshal Asim Munir, and the fact that Imran Khan's voice seems to have now been suppressed by failed Marshal Asim Munir, because only because he fears that if at all Pakistanis get to hear Imran Khan, the former Pakistani Prime Minister, who had basically taken on Pakistani army as well as the ISI, and also made a sensational allegation that the Western powers had colluded with Pakistani ISI to bring down his government. Major General Shashi Asthana is joining us. General Asthana, not surprising, but the reality is this, that the Pakistani ISI is now targeting Republic Media Network, because we were the ones who had first spoken to Alima Khan, where she had taken on Asim Munir, and thereafter, of course, Noreen Khan, 71-year-old sister of Imran Khan, had also dared Asim Munir, saying that how long will you hide Imran Khan? I'm sure we can just, we're just going to play out, we're going to just show the clipping. Shashi Asthana is joining us on this broadcast. General Asthana, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. See, I must firstly compliment Republic TV for giving a voice to somebody who is a popular leader of Pakistan and who has been put behind bars because of the radicalized military and their leaders of Pakistan. So DGISPR actually has no other option but by blaming Republic TV and Indian media, they feel that they can discredit the both. But then the fact is, Imran Khan's sister herself has said that today, if my brother is alive, one of the major factors is the kind of coverage which Indian media gave. And Republic TV certainly gave a fair amount of coverage in that as well. So maybe that we have been able to awaken the world and we have been able to create some kind of deterrence in the mind of the Pakistani military to ensure that they do not assassinate or they don't think of assassinating a popular democratic leader. So I think it's a good job done. And more they criticize, more I think we should be happy about that. At least we are being noticed, and perhaps if they criticize, certainly the Pakistani people will also like to perhaps watch as to where the reality is. If they can't see the reality, although most of them can see the reality, but they are gagged.
Try and go across to our reporters here. In fact, these are visuals. I'm cutting out of this. There is chaos that's taking place in the Mumbai airport right now. It seems that the situation has gone out of control, given the fact that there have been massive. There have been reports now coming in of chaos being reported from Mumbai airport. This after the cancellation still continue, and this is something that perhaps.
यस आप देख रहे हो एक यात्री से वो वेट कर रही थी, लेकिन कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन उनको नहीं मिल रहा था, इसलिए वो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड हो गई और वो बात करना चाहती है इंडिगो के स्टाफ से, लेकिन कोई बात भी नहीं कर रहा उनके साथ। वो जानना चाहती है कि क्यों इतना कैंसलेशन हुआ है और कैंसलेशन के बाद क्या अरेंजमेंट उनके लिए किया जाएगा, वो जानना चाहती है वो। लेकिन यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हो कि इंडिगो के स्टाफ के तरफ से कुछ भी इंफॉर्मेशन उनको नहीं दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए वो जानना चाहती है कि क्या हुआ है जानना चाहती है। What happened, ma'am? What happened?
Moi, je parle français. Mon problème, c'est ils ont cancellé tous les billets. Dans la loi, quand ils cancellent les billets.
She is not getting any information. वो बोल रही है कुछ information उनको नहीं मिला, इसलिए वो जानना चाहती है कि फैमिली के साथ वो है और जानना चाहती है कि क्या होगा। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कितना बड़ा क्यू है, देख सकते हैं। आप कहाँ से आए हो? अब इंडिगो के फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है, कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको मिला?
कल हमारा जयपुर का फ्लाइट था, आज 25 आवर्स के बाद में भी कोई रिप्लाई है इनके पास में। हमने रात को फ्लाइट से निकल गए, हम अभी 3 घंटे से अपने लगेज वापस लेने के लिए घूम रहे हैं। नोबडी रिस्पॉन्सिबल, किसी के पास कोई जवाब नहीं है। ऊपर जाओ नीचे जाओ, ये नंबर वो नंबर, हम घूम रहे हैं। 2 आदमी बिठा के रखे हैं इंक्वायरी पे। आज कम से कम 200 आदमियों की लाइन लगी है। 2 पीपल आर नॉट गोइंग टू हेल्प। कम से कम जो हुआ प्रॉब्लम हुई समझ में आता है, लेकिन उसका कोई इलाज तो इनके पास होना चाहिए ना। कुछ रीजनेबल सॉल्यूशन तो देना पब्लिक को। पब्लिक खड़ी और कोई बोलने वाला कोई सामने है ही नहीं, आदमी नहीं है कोई भी। किसी के पास कोई जवाब नहीं है, कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबल आदमी नहीं है।
Yes. Niranjan, I am showing you. Niranjan, come here. Niranjan, I am showing you here. What is we are translating what she is trying to say. What she is trying to say?
She is speaking French. She is frustrated. She is saying, "I have 2 kids. I'm waiting." So that's what I can understand. So she wants answers.
And what they are saying? What they are saying?
Moi, mon problème, ils ont cancellé des vols. Ils ont cancellé tous les vols. Le problème, Istanbul, Bombay, Istanbul, Istanbul, France. Ils ont cancellé. Quand ils ont cancellé, il n'y a pas de solution pour moi. Il m'a dit, il n'y a pas de remboursement pendant 2 jours, jusqu'à le 12. Il n'y a pas de vol. Mais cherche-moi les solutions. Je vais rester où? Je vais dormir où?
We are translating what she is saying.
Yeah.
She's saying, I think she is wanted to go from Mumbai to Istanbul.
That's all. He told me there are no refunds for days until 12th. The street is clear. There's no snow. There are no flights, but find me some solution. I want to stay where I'm going to sleep. So she's stuck in the...
I'm showing you the visuals, Shavan. The lady is getting frustrated.
Comme ça, il n'y a pas d'organisation. Cherche les solutions. Je m'en fous, je m'en bats le cou. Cherche les solutions. Moi, je vais retourner. Je ne suis pas venu rester à Bombay. Mon voyage Istanbul, France. Je vais retourner. Je vais retourner. Il n'y a pas de solution. Il n'y a pas de solution. Il n'y a pas l'hôtel. Il n'y a pas d'organisation. Moi, je vais, les vols, je retourne. Cherche les solutions. Vous cherchez les solutions. Parce que ce n'est pas ma faute. Je ne suis pas venu en retard. C'est votre faute. C'est votre faute qui a cancellé les avions. Normalement, dans la loi, quand il y a cancellé les voies, cherche les solutions pour les autres. Cherche les solutions. Oh, c'est quoi ça? Quel pays? Quel pays? C'est dégueulasse. Moi, je n'habite pas ici. Je vais rester ici jusqu'à le 12. Je vais manger quoi? Je vais laver quoi? En plus ils ont gardé mes bagages à l'aéroport. Ils ne voulaient pas me donner. Ils ne voulaient pas me donner les bagages, ils ont gardé à l'aéroport. Pourquoi vous ne me donnez pas mes bagages? J'ai perdu tous les billets, ça là, tout j'ai perdu ça. Tout j'ai perdu ça, tu vois. Dernière salle, 17h10, je vais arriver à Saint-Exupéry à Lyon. J'ai tout perdu mes billets. Mais elle, il dit qu'ils ne vont pas rembourser. Ils ne vont pas rembourser. Il faut attendre jusqu'à le 12. Au juste le 40e, pour attendre jusqu'à le 12. Je vais dormir où? Je vais rester où? Je vais mon billet. Non, je vais mon billet. Quand vous cancellez, il faut chercher les solutions pour les clients. Je m'en bats le cou. Quand vous cancellez, il faut chercher les solutions. Il n'y a pas de solution qu'à toujours canceller. Moi, j'habite pas Inde, j'habite en France. Il faut que je retourne. J'habite pas ici. J'habite en France. Il faut que je retourne. Madame, il faut que moi je retourne. Cherche-moi les billets. Gâtez les billets, il faut que je retourne. Tout à l'heure, j'ai fait le malaise, j'ai problème de tension. J'ai fait le malaise. C'est lui qui m'a mené à l'hôpital. Tu vois, j'ai fait le malaise. J'étais parti à l'hôpital. Il m'a mené à l'hôpital ici en Inde. Il faut que je retourne. Non, moi, il faut que vous me cherchiez les solutions, je retourne. Il faut que je retourne.
So, as we can see here one passenger who was traveling to Mumbai to Istanbul, and she is getting frustrated.
पब्लिक को रोक रहे हो आप? इंडिगो से कुछ खा के मिले हुए हो क्या आप लोग? ऐसा लगता है इंडिगो ने आपको ब्राइब किया है सबको. टेल देम टू पुट मोर काउंटर्स. पब्लिक को रोक रहे हो आप लोग, इनके लिए हो क्या? पब्लिक के लिए पब्लिक को रोक रहे हो। आप बताओ कि 10 काउंटर लगना चाहिए यहाँ पे। 2 काउंटर 200 आदमी, कैसे आदमी काम करेगा?
So now Indigo staff is speaking with the security.
Her main concern is that, sorry ma'am, एक minute. Her concern is that she needs her baggage now, but she needs to talk to them itself. But she is not listening. That's all. From my side, I have done everything.
So how much time it will get to give her the baggage, the luggage?
They will let you know, ma'am.
Then ask them and...
I do agree, sir. I do agree.
Just give her some any time.
थोड़ा सोचो। और आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते, आपके ऊपर वालों को बोलो।
एक मिनट सर, अरे
कोई गलती नहीं है।
Give her any time, estimated time. At what time?
From my side, I have said you, ma'am, this thing is that we will refund your amount, we will refund your luggage. I mean, like, we will... Sir, एक minute.
Moi, je sais pas parler anglais. Je comprends tout doucement.
This is French. She understands only French.
Madame, le problème, c'est les si. Dernier billet.
Stop us, na ma'am. You don't stop us. Don't stop us. We are asking question. Don't stop us. Why are you stopping us? We are doing our job. Don't stop us, please. So they are going. You can see the security official has come and they are taking that lady with them and they are going and they are talking to the Indigo staffs and some luggage issue is with that lady which who was traveling from Mumbai to Istanbul, and the security officials have come here and they are trying to manage the situation. You can see that lady is with that security and they are trying what she wanted.
Tous les billets cancellés. Dans la loi. Dans la loi. Quand vous cancellez, c'est à votre faute, vous cancellez. Prends les gens en charge. Pardon?
Je m'appelle French.
Non, je te fais pas la plainte. Moi, je te parle.
Je vais traduire pour vous. She said that normally if it's your fault, you have to book one hotel for her at least, and all her baggage are inside. Her clothes also is inside. So actually she cannot spend here the night with only this clothes because she's very sick. That's what she said actually.
Et puis j'ai perdu tous les billets.
CISF officials have come here and they are taking the lady with them, and what we got to know that the lady is not well, she is sick and she is getting frustrated because of the cancellation of that Indigo flight, and she has not got any information. CISF officials have come here and they are taking the lady with them, and she has also the luggage issue because she has not got her luggage only, and we are not allowed to go inside here. CISF officials have come here. Come Neeraj, come here. What we have seen here, we have seen one lady who was traveling to Mumbai, from Mumbai to Istanbul, and she has come at Mumbai airport. After reaching airport, she got to know that not only after reaching airport, she entered in the airport and she actually she has done her security check also, and after that when she was about to board, she got to know her flight has been cancelled. So her luggage went to the airport and she needs to come back from airport, and after that she went here at the Indigo counter and she wanted to yes and Indigo Airlines प्राथमिक माहिती आपल्याला
Il n'a rien mangé, il n'a rien dormi, j'ai pas mon billet.
आगे मत जाओ रे आगे मत जाओ
संतप्त अशी आपल्याला महिला पाहायला मिळते की त्यांचं जे तिकीट काउंटर आहे तिथे ती वर चढली आहे आणि इंडिगो एअरलाइन्सचे
Alors, il n'a pas mon billet. J'ai pas mon billet. J'ai pas mon billet.
जी प्राथमिक माहिती आपल्याला
J'ai pas mon billet. Tout le monde, ils ont tout cancellé. Ils ont tout cancellé. Quand ils cancellent, il n'a rien mangé, il n'a rien dormi. J'ai pas mon billet.
आगे मत जाओ रे आगे मत जाओ
संतप्त अशी आपल्याला महिला पाहायला मिळते की त्यांचं जे तिकीट काउंटर आहे तिथे ती वर चढली आहे आणि इंडिगो एअरलाइन्सचे
Indigo says that they are going to apologize to the customers. In fact, says that we will take care. This is exactly how the airline is essentially taking care of their passengers. What you see is a seemingly angry passenger there. The only reason why most of the passengers have lost their cool is because the airline has completely shut down on information. In fact, over the last 3 days, this is the 4th day when this crisis has only accelerated. Now, the question here is that why is it that the airline does not feel the need to communicate to the passengers? Because many of them who are basically standing in these long queues are basically because they have no information about the status of their flight, number one. Number two is that with regards to refund, most of them have had to cancel their flights and they're still waiting for a refund to really come in from the airline. And that is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, what you see right now, the current situation outside Mumbai airport. A short while back, we also received information that similar situation panned out also outside Chennai airport. We'll try and see if we can also get a live hit from Chennai, where similar sort of a situation has taken place a short while back. I'll go across to Meenakshi, who's joining us on this broadcast. Meenakshi, what's really happening right now? But before I go back to Meenakshi, we'll just slip into a short break and come back to our rolling coverage of the national crisis that we are facing in the aviation sector.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Security.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
सिक्योरिटी
एक सेकंड बोलो सेकंड को अंदर देख रहे हो सुनो भैया बीच में कौन दूसरा होता उससे ज्यादा
सिक्योरिटी
आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात।
Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of India-Russia ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam attack.
Russia is a reliable supply of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
Russian President Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai have been cancelled till 6 p.m. today after airlines run short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight today. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I am Ridhum and our top focus on India's biggest nationwide chaos and crunch caused by Indigo. No Indigo passenger, we're now being told, has been allowed inside the terminal because passengers would create a ruckus at the boarding gate. This is now being said outside the capital. We're getting more details about how there has been a price hike, and this is now at the Bengaluru airport, I beg your pardon. No Indigo passengers are being allowed inside the terminal in Bengaluru. It's being said that they are saying the passengers will create a ruckus, even as the government and the aviation industry needs to sit up and notice it's actually Indigo that is to blame, not passengers that need to be treated in this manner. Now the passengers are stranded on the road outside the terminal. We're also going to show you graphics here, viewers, about the hike in the other airlines, their prices, and also the hotel fares. These are chaotic scenes that are continuing in India. This is India's aviation emergency. Across India, one of the country's biggest airlines, Indigo, is battled with operational issues leading to over 500 flight cancellations. Delhi, Bengaluru, Kochi, Pune, Hyderabad, Raipur. Lakhs of passengers are stranded. Protests are there outside the Bengaluru airport. The live alerts coming in are showing angry passengers are confronting the staff on the way they are being treated. Amid this fiasco caused by Indigo, the airline fares of other airlines are being skyrocketing. Chaotic, angry scenes are there across the airports, with flyers also sloganeering outside the airports against the airlines following such disruptions. We want to also, viewers, now take a look at some of the ground reports that we are getting, the responses. And I want to also speak about the price hike. At such a time when there are these skyrocketing prices that are being seen, when thousands are stranded at the airport, look at the prices. People are profiteering on chaos. SpiceJet flights are now costing from the Mumbai-Kolkata sector a whooping 75,000 rupees. Instead of trying to administer this, the DGCA is giving out timelines, even as it slammed Indigo. Let me show you Akasa Air. The Delhi-Bengaluru sector, a 2-hour flight is costing almost the same amount as a flight to Europe from Delhi would cost, 40,000 rupees. Air India, a Mumbai-Delhi sector, is costing 59,794 rupees. There is chaos across airport, and yet these airlines are profiteering on chaos, on the angry scenes that the passengers are seeing. And all this is happening is India is seeing the aviation emergency. Air India Express, look at this viewers, for a 12-hour flight from to the Delhi sector is charging 1,18,265 rupees. The Air India Express from Delhi Bengaluru sector is charging 51,000 rupees. And if this is not looting passengers, we don't understand what is. The Minister of Civil Aviation has issued statement on the disruption. He said we are taking measures for immediate implementation by the airlines, but all this is happening even as the full service to return to normal over the next few days is what the Ministry of Civil Aviation is saying. But even now, these are the prices on the Delhi-Bengaluru sector. It's 51,000 rupees on an Air India flight. And I also want to tell you the prices on the hotels at Aerocity in the capital. They're also profiteering. Roseate Hotel in Aerocity, a 5-star hotel, the prices on Make My Trip are 36,338 rupees for one night. This is a hotel that is near the airport. Hotel Urban Tree, it's a 3-star hotel, is costing a whooping 31,375 rupees. Aviation crisis seems to be a fixed match as these hotels near Aerocity are profiting from the chaos. JW Marriott, the 5-star hotel, is costing 30,000 rupees a night. I'm also going to tell you the prices of the other hotels. Hotel Cardinal Express, Oxmo, 4-star hotel is costing 36,805 rupees. And all this is happening as we are telling you the Hyatt Delhi Residences, which is also in the Aerocity area, is costing 41,000 rupees for a night. So this profiteering is happening even as these passengers are not being given any help as India is facing its biggest airlines emergency, and the aviation industry is trying to battle what it's been facing with Indigo, battling the operational issues. Roseate, like we said, is costing 36,338 rupees. It's a 5-star hotel. The Bengaluru airport now says passengers stranded on the roads outside the terminal, they are not going to be allowed inside the airport. This is the aviation emergency that we are seeing after Indigo flights have been cancelled. And everybody, even as these flights, the center has ordered a high-level inquiry into the flight disruptions. But the bigger question, as everyone is profiteering, whether it's these hotels, whether it's the other airlines, how is the DGCA really going to give some relief to the passengers? There is more breaking news coming in on this top focus story, and I'm going to go across to that. The DGCA has ordered and put out on constitution of a committee for comprehensive review and assessment of the circumstances. But I don't want to go into such details because the bottom line is this is just another committee that has been constituted for a review of the circumstances leading to the operational disruption. So the DGCA has ordered a committee to be set up, but the bigger question that Republic TV has been accessing has been asking, what about the passengers that have been stranded? What about those passengers, those 500 flights and passengers, those lakhs of passengers as India faces its biggest aviation crunch? What happens today and tomorrow to them? Committees are going to sit, review committees are going to sit, orders are going to be passed, but who's going to take the responsibility for this? The aviation chaos is only getting bigger. Let me go across to Harsha, who's bringing out those details. Harsha, over the past few weeks, we've been seeing that there's a crisis that continues. But today, the DGCA yet again orders another constitution of a committee. Give us those details, but also remember, Harsha, to explain to our viewers how is everyone going to understand the spike of the other airlines and the Indigo now being asked to give a plan of action. But what is really going to happen now when Indian passengers are facing this crisis?
Rhythm, you rightly pointed out, now DGCA has right now stepped into this entire trouble and the crisis of the Indigo. And to explain to all our viewers, this is not something which has happened overnight. Indigo has been facing this issue from the past 1 week, and Indigo never anticipated that this new FDTL CAR2 requirements of the DGCA and its implementation could cause this major chaos. Till now, there was an internal issue, and the pilots have been raising this particular issue with the Indigo. Yes, there's a problem. Our lease can't be a substitute for the weekly rest. Majorly, it was the rest issue and also the 2 local night flight time issue which happened in the Indigo. Now DGCA has constituted 4-member committee which constitutes of Deputy Director General and the Joint Director General of the Civil Aviation. Also 2 captains have been included in this particular committee. In the 4-panel committee has to submit entire report to the regulatory body in 15 days, and this entire committee will access the operational issues and the trouble which Indigo is facing right now. They will also monitor that how the roster is being prepared and also the new FDTL CAR2 requirements could be fulfilled, and how there has to be accuracy and proper monitoring of that particular issue in the new FDTL, which is the flight duty time limitations requirements of the pilot. This 4-member committee will visit all the terminals, not only in National Capital, IGI, T1, but also in different terminals as well, be it all the revenue sectors, major revenue sectors like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru. This 4-member committee will keep a close watch on the Indigo and how Indigo is going to get back to its normalcy. We very well know that that coming 4-5 days are going to be very difficult for Indigo. Indigo has already, told all the passengers to cancel their flight. Full refund are being initiated, and at the airport also the passengers who were stranded, proper refund is being generated and initiated to all those passengers. But right now it doesn't seem that Indigo is going to have an easy day for almost this entire December. Indigo has already stated that till 10th of February 2026 there will not be any stabilization and normalcy which will be achieved by Indigo. So the hard days for Indigo has just started because of the new FDTL CAR2 requirements and rhythm. This is an issue with Indigo. Indigo never anticipated this, and Indigo is also the first airline to implement this new FDTL. This new FDTL is not something new in aviation. Each and every country and aviation body has this flight duty time limitation. It is for the welfare of the pilot and the crew member. But in this case, they didn't implement it wisely. They didn't implement it with keeping DGCA regulatory body in confidence. Neither the crew members were kept in confidence. They were going on with the issue fatigue and the other as well. Now the DGCA has constituted 4-member committee. The report to be submitted in 15 days to them. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, thank you for giving us those details. And the only question that we have to ask the government, the DGCA and Indigo, if indeed you knew this is going to happen, why did it take so long to actually do something? Because as I thank Harsha, we're going to continue going back to her. We've seen chaotic scenes that continued at airports across India as one of the country's biggest airlines. Indigo is battling operational issues leading to over 500 flight cancellations. Take a look at these visuals.
Il n'y a rien mangé, il n'y a rien de dormir. Je n'ai pas mon billet.
अशी आपल्याला महिला पाहायला मिळते की त्यांचं जे तिकीट काउंटर आहे तिथे ती वर चढली आहे आणि इंडिगो एअरलाइन्सचे
Je vais retourner mon pays. C'est vous qui a gaspillé mon billet. Alors, je vais mon billet. Je vais mon billet. Je vais mon billet. Je vais retourner en France. Je vais mon billet.
We are joined by callers on the story, and I'm joined by Hitendra Mehta from Mumbai. These are scenes that are coming in of disruption over Indigo's that continuing flights cancellation from Mumbai airport. Hitendra, I want you to speak to us about the delays, about these expensive flights that have been taken by people, and the kind of passengers that have been left stranded. This is the only country that is facing such a crisis, and accountability needs to be there with the government, the DGCA and the airlines. Hitendra.
Yeah, first of all, good evening, madam.
Good evening.
Yesterday, when I was seeing Mr. Arnab Mukherjee's interview, that time I realized that this problem is very serious. And from yesterday night onwards, I am trying to contact Indigo people, but they are not responding. Means full up to 2 o'clock in the morning, I was dialing their number, toll-free number, every number, but they were not responding. It is just ringing, ringing, and ringing. And thing is that, madam, we are middle-class people. Okay, hardly we get the holidays from our workplace. On 8th of December, we are going to Coimbatore, and nobody is responding, and we have done a booking of Ooty, which we have paid, and we called up hotel people. They are saying it is not our fault, so we will not refund your money also. We are going 8 people to Ooty for just a 4 days holiday, and we have paid 60,000 rupees advance for that. And nobody is responding because there is a very pinnacle loss to us, because hardly we get 4 days holiday. Our salary is going to get cut from these 4 days. We are going to lose money, everything, madam. I don't understand what these people, because 8th December we are going by Indigo, and 12th December we are coming by Indigo. We have booked at 12,000 rupees per person. So 24,000 rupees, and now it is showing 40,000 rupees.
That's right, Hitendra. Hitendra, as I completely, my heart goes out to you and all the passengers like you who've been stranded. I want to also, Hitendra, say that Indigo needs to be accountable. Let's at the same time, viewers, show you live scenes coming in from Chennai. In Chennai, we are seeing these scenes that I'm going to cut across to, where we are seeing another commotion that has been now caused. This is passengers there asking for accountability. This is passengers asking for... Let me show you the reactions that are coming in from Chennai.
What is the price now? I want that. I don't want my money. I put 7 months back. I am not a policeman. No, I want today's ticket if I am
Don't stand like a fool. सीधे को तो बुला सकता है, वो अंदर एसी में घूम रहा है। कोई नहीं है, सब चला गया है, सब वापस। Yes.
हाँ सब खाली बैठा दिए 2-4 आदमी को। तुम लोग खाली सुनो।
अरे ये सीआईसीएफ भी किसी काम का नहीं है। आप क्या बोल रहे हो? ये सीआईसीएफ किसी काम का नहीं है इसमें। I don't know why we vote.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll not hold it.
I swear they should resign. They cannot handle it.
They have nobody staying in this office right now. Who are you asking to come?
I'm trying to find something. Yes, I will do definitely. Sir, so will you eat? That's the person. Yes. I'm trying to talk So what do you seems to be the problem? What is the Indigo passengers telling? Sir, so what do you think seems to be the problem with the Indigo? They are not responding to you.
They are not, I think, considering the problem of their servicemen, the employees. I think the main problem is from the management with the employees. That is my opinion.
So what have they told you right now? Your flights are all cancelled. What have they told you?
No, why should I will go anywhere from here? I want today's ticket from any air services for my destination. I booked before 7 months back. Why should we spend money before 7 months for taking back money? How much we paid? We want today's price ticket. Otherwise, they are refunding. Pay me today's price. What is the price of Air India? What is the price of spices? They pay me. We will leave.
Ma'am, what do you think seems to be the problem with the Indigo today?
They should go bankrupt. They don't have operation sense. They do not have employees. They should just go bankrupt. DGCA has withdrawn their application and their form. They should start it. It's a way of blackmailing, nothing else. They should go bankrupt.
What are the officers you're telling you?
Nothing. They're not even responding. And she's saying, do whatever you want to do. We can't help you out. And it's a customer service area. That's how you talk.
Have they agreed to refund your money?
Yes, but I don't need refund. The alternative flights are for 1 lakh rupees. Is that refund? We booked a ticket of 10k. 10 times, 100 times we can pay. Which tree has money? I'll go sit there and fucking take the ticket and go.
So here passengers from Chennai airport claim that the tickets today cost 1 lakh if they want an alternative flight. But right now the Indigo passengers are left stranded here. We have more voices coming in from Chennai.
Nobody, no authority is coming in front to help us. We are fighting since last 3 working days. Not even the civil aviation minister, not even the BCAS, not even the DGCA, nobody. They are doing as per their will. They don't have their senior authorities coming before us. Just imagine the condition that we are going through.
So the passengers of Chennai continue to say that this is second day continuously they have been fighting, but Indigo has nothing to say to them, and passengers are left questionable at the airport, stranded constantly for a long time. And here they have been raising slogans and chants saying that they're also recording videos of the Indigo clients here saying that their response to the customers have been very arrogant, and customers also say there's not been alternate arrangements made to them whether to stay or travel anywhere, and that they're all left over in the airport just like that.
It's not about money. पैसा important नहीं है. हमारे लिए पहुंचना important है. It is important that we should reach our home.
कल का टिकट दिखा रहा था कुछ देर घंटा पहले. कल का टिकट भी दिखा.
कोई फायदा नहीं है. बस
कोई कुछ बोल भी नहीं रहा है. बस हायर ऑफिस में मिला है ना.
As you can see, passengers at Chennai airport are continuously stranded and exclusively told Republic that the Indigo the customer care do not respond to the passengers properly, and that they are very arrogant and no alternative measures have been given to them, and it's not for stay, it's not for hotel, it's not for them traveling back. They also claim that the flight charges are expensive right now, and they would agree only if they allow the Indigo offices to be opened for passengers who are stranded in the airport to stay. They are also banging on the windows of the Indigo customer care that's located in the Chennai airport, and also multiple people saying that the Indigo should make sure that not just alternative flights are arranged, but also make sure that the passengers get a place to.
Another visual that is coming in. We're going to show you the utter chaos at the airport, the Bengaluru airport, where Indigo has barred passengers from entering the terminal. We are getting these visuals from the Bengaluru airport. You can see how the passengers are trying to get into lines. There are bags that are there all around. The passengers are there all around. Nobody is trying to get help to them. Like in Chennai, similar scenes in Bangalore also being seen in Bengaluru airport, and the passengers are not being given any help. We're also being told at the same time, as this continues to happen, that all the passengers are asking for is another flight to be taking off and helping them, but that is not happening. As accountability is being asked for, these people on these flight cancellations that have taken place are saying you can do what you want, we don't have anyone who can help you. The Aviation Ministry is ordering a high-level inquiry, it's being said, but even now these visuals say their own story. However many committees that sit today, however many so-called admonishments that are given to Indigo today, this is the picture. The biggest aviation emergency. These are the pictures coming from Bengaluru airport, from Chennai airport, where harassed passengers are saying, we've been asking and had booked our flight 7 months ago. We are seeing bags and bags and pictures of bags. We're seeing on the other side harassed passengers. We're seeing 1 lakh flight price hikes, and yet no one taking accountability. This aviation crisis seems to be a fixed match as other airlines have hiked their prices. And viewers, coming up after a short break, we stay with this India's national aviation emergency. Sharp focus continues on Republic TV as we demand answers not only from the airlines but also from the government.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 6 p.m. I'm Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, the aviation sector in India is going through one of the biggest crises in recent times, and one major airline that's responsible for this mess is Indigo. There are a lot of chaos visuals I've come across, multiple airports, pan-India. We'll get you all that and much more in this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines.
आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात।
Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of India-Russia ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post the Pahalgam attack.
Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
President Putin says Russia is ready for an uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls out FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. All Indigo domestic flights from Mumbai cancelled till 6 p.m. today after airlines run short on crew. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight today. Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Ram Mohan Naidu regarding the aviation chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, straight away cutting across to Chennai airport, where chaos has unfolded at the airport after there were thousands of passengers that were asking and seeking a response from Indigo on their flight cancellations, on their flight delays, and after getting no response from the Indigo management, there's utter chaos that's now broken out at the Chennai airport. Remember, there are many airports across India like Chennai that are facing huge crisis as far as the mess that Indigo is in concern. Now, the centre has ordered for a high-level inquiry by a 4-member panel into the nationwide Indigo flight chaos. Now, in a statement, in fact, the Ministry of Civil Aviation also said that they will inquire and examine what actually went wrong at Indigo. But remember, no amount of inquiry can actually help these stranded passengers. Shada is joining me live on the broadcast from Chennai airport. On that, Shada, please take us to what are the scenes that you're seeing around you.
Well, as you see at the Chennai airport, multiple people were raising slogans that the Indigo did not care for the customers, and multiple people questioned the crew as to why were they not helping them. Here, one of the passengers from is Reema, who is from Nasik, who is just having a talk with the Indigo crew right now, and she did not get the refund or the place to stay, and she now does not have another flight to reach back. Ma'am, what did the Indigo staff tell you?
They tell we can't help you, you just have to manage. But till afternoon, they have told Indigo is welcoming you. Please come to the airport on the time. It was their duty to inform us that flight is a cancel, and now they have just raised the hand. What the hell Indigo people are doing, and what they are doing for the foreigners. See how they are sitting, how they are doing, and sitting for the hours and hours. So it is my request for the minister, please take some action, do something for the common people. Always why the common people suffer. पूछता है भारत कि हमेशा एक common people ही क्यों सफर करता है, क्यों दूसरा सफर नहीं करता है, क्या किया है, कुछ नहीं किया है. Just we are standing for hours and hours, but there is no help, no anything from their side.
So that was one passenger at the Chennai airport telling that the Indigo did not even tell them that their flight was cancelled, and constantly telling that the flight was only delayed, and there was no proper action also taken by the Indigo staff. As you saw some time back, multiple people were raising slogans. I'll request my VJ to take you to the Indigo flight ticket counter that's outside the Chennai airport, where people are still fighting, and they've been here since yesterday asking for refunds and cancellations, and the information They've been only getting is that the flight is delayed, but no information on how long it will be delayed, whether it will be cancelled. And also, the main important point here is nobody is getting a place to stay, because most of the hotels around the airport are now full and people do not have a place to stay. Let's talk to more people and see what they have to say. Sir, has Indigo messaged you telling that your flight is cancelled or delayed?
No, they have only told us that please welcome on board. Our flight is scheduled on 7 o'clock. And we have got a message that welcome on board, but none of the authorities are sending us in.
So did you go to the gate to check whether you are allowed inside? What did the CISF tell you?
They just told us that all the Indigo flights are cancelled and that nothing else. They did not mention anything else apart from.
As you can see, this is a major miscommunication, because Indigo is still telling their passengers to come to the airport on time as the flights are still running. But once they reach the airport, the CISF at the security is pushing the passengers away, telling that all flights are cancelled. This is nothing but a complete miscommunication on the Indigo side. And just few minutes back, all the flights were set to go and security check was still on. And that's what the Chennai Airport Board also stated. But all passengers knew that the flights were cancelled and had a talk with the CISF. But still no help came from Indigo. Until now, people are still stranded at the airport. As you can see around me, multiple foreign nationals are also waiting at the airport to get a boarding flight from Mumbai or Delhi. That's their connecting flight. And now they don't know how to go back to their home country.
Absolutely, Shraddha. If I can come back to you again, and if you can show us around what the Chennai airport looks like right now, because just for a few moments back, we saw how there was a lady, a foreign national who was there at the Mumbai airport, who was banging on the screens of the Indigo Airlines, asking them to reply to help her. But as usual, there was no response from the team. And if you can just show us around what's happening currently at the Chennai airport.
Well, this is just Chennai Airport. I can see this is gate 1, where people board for Indigo flights. Now, the CISF is turning down people, whoever has Indigo flight. We can see one gentleman right there who had his ticket ready but passed in through, but had to come out because the CISF staff told him that the flight's not running. And throughout the airport, you can see senior citizens sitting. People who have kids are still running out. We have people who have their corporate meetings and business meetings running, still getting delayed. And they also want to know whether Indigo will let you know whether the flight is delayed or not. We also have one more passenger. We'll just check what Indigo has told them. Sir, do you know that your flight is cancelled, as Indigo mentioned?
There was no message, no communication from Indigo. And I'm not blaming Indigo for this. I'm blaming the DGCA for this. What is the government doing? Is this something which I'm riding a two-wheeler or what? What is this? Is it a joke or what? What is the power? What is the authority of the government? What is the Civil Aviation Department doing? They're giving license to such operators, right? I don't know. They are, even the government, I will blame the government. Government is not bothered about neither the safety of the passengers nor about the security of the passengers. It is just there, everybody is in the process of making money. Even the government is making money. They are taking money, they are taking bribe. And this airlines, so absolutely. And because of this, India is a land of opportunity. Opportunity means opportunity to make money. Whenever there is a crisis, people try to take money, make money. Even because of this crisis, rather than other airlines giving a helping hand, they have jacked up the fares. The ticket seats are not available. 45,000 ticket from here to Mumbai, ridiculous for an airline like SpiceJet charging 45,000. So do you think that we are living in a country, we call it a democratic country? I still believe that had we been under British rule, we would have been much better. I still pray India should come out of democracy, be a slave to some other country, India will develop better.
And that's one passenger shouting out his hearts, telling that the Indigo and the DGCA is not helping the passengers. And the main problem is that other airlines have also jacked up the prices. I'll request my cameraman to turn around to show you the foreign nationals who have been stranded here for hours and have been waiting to get their connecting flight from Chennai. They're also in question whether they'll be able to go out of Chennai. Let's just ask if they have a connecting flight. Excuse me, you have a connecting flight from Indigo?
Yeah, we were supposed to go to Goa today.
And you're from?
Sweden.
Okay, so that's tourists from Sweden who've come all the way to Chennai, traveling to Goa for tourism. And they're also stuck in Chennai as Indigo still has not provided a different airline for them to continue. And multiple airlines in the entire country has jacked up the prices. As you just heard a person mentioning that one ticket charge from Chennai to Mumbai is costing 45,000, and that's the board that the Chennai airport is maintaining. As you see, the number of flights that have been cancelled today. Earlier in the morning, it was all delays and telling reschedules, but today everything has been cancelled, and the airports authority have given an official confirmation that till midnight no flights of Indigo will be leaving from Chennai. And also official sources from the airport authorities have mentioned that the Indigo will take at least 2 days of time to make sure that the flights from Chennai would be leaving, as no pilots are available at the moment.
Right, Shah, the request is to stay with me, because what we'll also do right now is we will go across to what's happening at the Thiruvananthapuram airport. Now, there are flight operations at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport were also disrupted as Indigo's ongoing nationwide operational crisis continued after outrage was seen by the passengers, from exorbitant tickets of other airlines to very, very high hotel prices. This is how the passengers are facing the brunt for the mess that Indigo is in.
India's aviation crisis widens across major airports of the country. Disruptions in flight services continue to leave travelers stranded for the third consecutive day in Kerala, as Indigo, India's largest airline, is grappled with service disruptions for the third straight day in the state due to an operational breakdown. At the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, 8 Indigo flights have been cancelled and 5 Indigo flights have been delayed so far.
Yeah, morning 7:30 is the flight. We didn't got any information about that flight. Yesterday night also we didn't get the messages. Morning we came at 5 o'clock. We asked, they said 1:55 is the reschedule. Then said, is it confirmed? They said no. Not sure, but we have been told that 1:55. Then I asked him, till that time where should I stay? Please allow us, at least we'll sit inside. They're not even allowing. We were sitting there in the sun on the platform, but till now, no one responding, no refreshments, nothing. Indigo people, not even one person came and talked about that.
We are coming from Hyderabad. They have cancelled the flight. We waited for 11 to 12 hours in the airport only. They are not, even no one is respond. We are running here and there. People all are just disturbed. They are telling we will talk there, like only it's a blunder mistake from Indigo. Just we want our luggage, nothing. We want any refund or nothing. If we get our luggage, we will go.
In the south, Thiruvananthapuram International Airport is the third worst affected after airports of Bengaluru and Chennai. The flight disruptions in Thiruvananthapuram came at a time when the airline continues to battle a wave of flight cancellations and delays nationwide.
The struggling of the passengers continue unabated even on the third day of the national aviation crisis that plagued Indigo Airlines. Even on Friday, hundreds of passengers, including the officials who reached Thiruvananthapuram for National Navy Day celebrations, and other Sabarimala pilgrims reached the airport in the morning, and they were seated for hours without even informing that their flights have been cancelled. After being seated inside for hours, they were informed that the flights have been cancelled. With no other option, they all moved to various hotels in the city to plan their journey options. However, due to the cancellation and the delays, there was a heavy rush of customers in various hotels. The demand was high, and the hotel owners charged even double or triple amount from them. Even most of the passengers are now planning to move to Coimbatore or Hyderabad or Bengaluru in interstate Volvo buses. By making use of the situation, the interstate Volvo buses are even charging them huge amounts. The passengers are left with no other option except paying huge amounts for reaching their homes safely and on time.
And also there were chaotic scenes that continued across airports across India as one of the country's biggest airlines, Indigo, battled with operational issues. All right, we're cutting across to some breaking news that's coming in. Indigo CEO has now issued a statement. It is a video message.
With information on refunds, cancellations, and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity. Secondly, due to yesterday's situation, we had customers stranded mostly at the nation's largest airports. Our focus was for all of them to be able to travel today itself, which will be achieved. For this, we also ask customers whose flights are cancelled not to come to airports as notifications are sent on this. Thirdly, cancellations were made for today as to align our crew and planes to be where they need to start afresh tomorrow morning. Earlier measures of the last few days regrettably have proven not to be enough. So we've decided today for a reboot of all our systems and schedules, resulting in the highest number of cancellations so far, but imperative for progressive improvements starting as from tomorrow. With these actions, we expect tomorrow to have cancellations below 1,000. The support of DGCA in providing specific FDTL implementation relief is of great help. Still, there's lots of work in progress, but going forward from here, in alignment with the Ministry of Civil Aviation and DGCA, we do expect to further improve every day. Given the size, scale and complexity of our operation, it will take some time to return to a full normal situation, which we do anticipate between the 10th and the 15th of December. I do understand that these disruptions have caused much discomfort to our customers and has shaken their belief in Indigo's reliability so carefully built over these past 19 years. My colleagues, all the great Indigo teams and frontline staff have been working relentlessly to address the situation. Rest assured, we are doing everything in our control to not only restore your trust and belief, but strengthen it further over time. Thank you for your patience, understanding and kindness during this difficult time. We shall keep you updated on an ongoing basis.
All right, so that was Peter Elvis, the CEO of Indigo, issuing a very, very templated response and admitting that they have had the highest number of cancellation in the recent years, apologizing for the inconvenience caused to the customers. But that certainly, ladies and gentlemen, is not enough. That was Indigo CEO's statement that has come out nearly after 4 days after multiple airports, multiple passengers have been stranded, multiple flights, nearly over 1,000 flights have been cancelled across all airports. That is exactly when, after 4 days, is when Indigo has issued a statement. Indigo CEO Peter Elvis, the man that you see on your screens right now, issuing a video statement saying that cancellation have been made to align the crews and planes. Now, Indigo has also said that DGCA has DGCA support on FDTL implementation is of great help and that it will take some time for them to return to normalcy. Yesterday, in fact, Indigo in their statement had said that for them to achieve complete normalcy and complete return of operations is going to take no less than February 10th, 2026 for them to settle down. And this after which is when the DGCA had given out a high-level inquiry, had ordered a high-level inquiry. Indigo has confirmed that cancellations were planned to align the crews. Now, if cancellations were planned, the question, really, ladies and gentlemen, here is why weren't passengers already informed about the same? Indigo's unprecedented wave of over 1,000 flight cancellations in the last 4 days has unleashed India's sharpest airfare and hotel price surge in recent memory, leaving thousands of stranded and triggering nationwide outrage, with the airline slashing nearly a fifth of its daily schedule. And before we get to how the hotel and the other flights are hiking their prices, let's once again listen in to Indigo CEO's statement that he has issued just a few moments back.
September 5th being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. I, on behalf of all of us at Indigo, would like to extend our sincerest apologies for the major inconvenience this has caused to many of our customers on account of delays or cancellations. The situation is a result of various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations, and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity. Secondly, due to yesterday's situation, we had customers stranded mostly at the nation's largest airports. Our focus was for all of them to be able to travel today itself, which will be achieved. For this, we also ask customers whose flights are cancelled not to come to airports as notifications are sent on this. Thirdly, December 5th being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. I, on behalf of all of us at Indigo, would like to extend our sincerest apologies for the major inconvenience this has caused to many of our customers on account of delays or cancellations. The situation is a result of various causes, yet for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations, and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity. Secondly, due to yesterday's situation, we had customers stranded mostly at the nation's largest airports. Our focus was for all of them to be able to travel today itself, which will be achieved. For this, we also ask customers whose flights are cancelled not to come to airports as notifications are sent on this. Thirdly,
That was a very temperature response by Indigo CEO, where he said that he did admit to cancellations and that all the cancellations were planned. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the top stories that we're tracking, also an agenda story for Republic, where we will be fighting and we will be raising your concerns, your voice. It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but more breaking news follows up on that national aviation emergency.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Security.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Security.
India's largest nationwide aviation crisis. The Indigo CEO has only issued a statement saying it will take time. But time is not what passengers have when they are stranded at airports across all the cities. Time is not what they have when they have to go to important scheduled meetings. Passengers are being harassed, hundreds of flights are cancelled, airline rates are going up by the other airlines. 1 lakh rupees is the cost of one flight to go from Bengaluru to Chennai. And at such a point of time, if time is what the Indigo CEO wants, then they don't understand the woes of the passenger, as does not the government. This is our top focus. We take a look at our top headlines. Indigo CEO issues statement amid nationwide chaos, says it will take time to issue normalcy. DGCA gives in to Indigo, rolls back FDTL rule amid nationwide collapse of operations. After Mumbai, Indigo says no domestic flights to run from Delhi airport till midnight today.
आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात,
Prime Minister Modi hails 25 years of Russian ties, recalls how Russia stood with India post-Pahalgam attack.
Is a reliable supply of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
And Russian President Vladimir Putin says ready for uninterrupted flow of fuel to India. Chaotic scenes are continuing at airports across India. One of the country's biggest airlines, Indigo, battled with operational issues leading to over 1,000 flight cancellations. Amid the ongoing Indigo fiasco, the airline fares have skyrocketed as over 500 flights cancelled across major airports across the country. Chaotic, angry scenes have been seen at several airports with flyers sloganeering against the airlines following the disruptions. I'm going to first go across to Bengaluru airport where my colleague is calling from. We're first going to go across to Krishna first at the Bengaluru airport, a passenger who's called. Krishna, give us details about what is happening around you. A short while ago, I think we got a call from you about how there are also handicapped people around you and how they were being treated. Give us more details, Krishna.
It's quite difficult over here to right now, stay over here. They have been dispersing us and they are trying to, playing with us since morning 6 a.m. We have been here in the airport at 3 a.m. Many of the senior citizens were, and many of the people who had people with comorbidities, they were all here and they had been trying to remove. The Indigo staff has been quite ignorant towards us. And whenever we talk to them, they just try to show their attitude towards us. That's what I can tell you about. Right now, there were a lot of people standing over here. They tried to disperse us, gave us false promises. Since morning, they are saying that flight is going to take off after 2 hours, and again 2 hours. And this flight was going to Srinagar, which is the only flight from Bengaluru that goes to Srinagar. People had booked tickets 2 months prior, and because of that, now people are suffering. There have been damages of more than 1.5 lakhs around for people who are planning to have a tourism-related visit over there. And I can connect you with one of the person over around they had their own experiences.
Here is no response for Indigo. It is totally fail. Totally fail. For waiting from since morning around 6 come here. Till time is 6:35. No response.
And this has been this case over here all around, and I can see many of the women over here who have been standing since the morning, and they have been talking about it.
Not go. First site, first behavior, first chat. Response morning 6 o'clock 5:30, 12 hours, no response.
So all across, I'm trying to show you that many of the passengers who were stranded, we had been getting connected to the Indigo airline staff. And when we told them, what about our flight? They said, we don't care. This was their statement. And this made us to feel more bad. After that, they even tried to show us that even if you agitate, we don't care. Because they don't care about the passengers at all. Because they have become high-headed and they care more about money. It's just CISF guarding them this time, and CISF is trying to sort out this flight for Jammu and Kashmir. They want to try to help out people out there. That's about what's happening out there in Bengaluru. Thank you.
Excellent. Krishna Sapru, as I Thank you for joining us as a passenger and as someone who's now today become the voice of the people in Bengaluru. Thank you for showing us the situation of the stranded passengers in Bengaluru. We showed you a short while ago the pictures on the screen, the angry passengers who confronted the staff, the people who were asking and demanding for emergency flights because they had to get somewhere. And now we are showing you more words come in. But before viewers, I go on to anything, let me show you the casualness, the nonchalance with which the Indigo CEO has spoken and said, in time, normalcy will prevail. It's just another day for the Indigo CEO.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Peter Elbers, the CEO of Indigo. I want to share with you that we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. I, on behalf of all of us at Indigo, would like to extend our sincerest apologies for the major inconvenience this has caused to many of our customers on account of delays or cancellations. The situation is a result of various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity. Secondly, due to yesterday's situation, we had customers stranded mostly at the nation's largest airports. Our focus was for all of them to be able to travel today itself, which will be achieved. For this, we also ask customers whose flights are cancelled not to come to airports, as notifications are sent on this. Thirdly, cancellations were made for today as to align our crew and planes to be where they need to start afresh tomorrow morning. Earlier measures of the last few days regrettably have proven not to be enough. So we've decided today for a reboot of all our systems and schedules, resulting in the highest number of cancellations so far, but imperative for progressive improvements starting as from tomorrow. With these actions, we expect tomorrow to have cancellations below 1,000. The support of DGCA in providing specific FDTL implementation relief is of great help. Still, there's lots of work in progress, but going forward from here, in alignment with the Ministry of Civil Aviation and DGCA, we do expect to further improve every day. Given the size, scale and complexity of our operation, it will take some time to return to a full normal situation, which we do anticipate between the 10th and the 15th of December. I do understand that these disruptions have caused much discomfort to our customers and has shaken their belief in Indigo's reliability so carefully built over these past 19 years. My colleagues, all the great Indigo teams and frontline staff have been working relentlessly to address the situation. Rest assured, we are doing everything in our control to not only restore your trust and belief, but strengthen it further over time. Thank you for your patience, understanding and kindness during this difficult time. We shall keep you updated on an ongoing basis.
Just mere words, alas. Indigo's unprecedented wave of over 1,000 flight cancellations in the last 4 days unleashed India's sharpest airfare and hotel price surge in recent memory, leaving thousands of stranded and triggering nationwide outrage. The airline is slashing nearly a fifth of its daily schedules amid crew shortage and regulatory curbs. Last-minute fares on rival carriers have exploded. A Delhi-Mumbai one-way is costing almost 50 to 60,000 rupees. The question is, are the hotels and the other airlines feeding on the woes of the citizens?
What began as Indigo cancellations has now turned into a price explosion. Flight fares shooting up, hotel charges doubling overnight. With flights vanishing from schedules, demand jumped instantly. Passengers in Mumbai say that they simply could not rebook, as airlines raised fares the moment Indigo flights went off the grid.
A flight by Indigo from Bombay to Bareilly, which has got cancelled. There's no prior information. On reaching the airport, they said the flight is cancelled. I'll have to change my flight or go by some alternate means. So I'm trying to book my flight again by Indigo if possible for today evening to Delhi, because there's no other flight to Bareilly.
Why there is no other flight, and what about other airlines?
Other airlines to Delhi have increased their fares very high. Almost Air India charging almost 24,000 rupees. Spice Jets almost 18,000 rupees. Just one way to Delhi. So it's a huge problem,
Similar complaints echoed in Hyderabad, as the last-minute fares rising by 5 to 6 times.
I was traveling to Amritsar, but from yesterday the flight have been cancelled. So now we are checking for another Air India or something, but they took advantage that if the flights are cancelled, as you know, so they are taking advantage and increasing the prices of the flights up to 40,000, which is not a good thing. So it's we were waiting for even 2 hours, and it's been no message on the Indigo or somewhere that flight is delayed or cancelled. So it's difficult to know that what should we do. It's important for us to go to our place where we want to, but for this particular reason, I don't know. They don't even telling what is the reason behind that. So we don't know.
Hotels in the adjacent Aerocity district are witnessing a dramatic price surge. Properties like the Hyatt Delhi Residence are commanding up to rupees 41,000 per night, while JW Marriott and Roseate House hover around 30,000. And even mid-tier options such as Urban Tree and Cardinal Express have spiked to rupees 31,000 to rupees 36,000. This opportunistic hike, with some rooms reportedly exceeding rupees 74,000, has drawn sharp criticism from the passengers. In Kerala, another crisis unfolded. Hotel rates skyrocketed, with hundreds stranded. Passengers stayed back overnight, and hotels doubled their prices.
Today is an important meeting in my home, but I'm not reaching that time on, so I am facing problem.
So last time when you came, you paid only 2,500 rupees.
Yeah.
Now you have to pay huge amounts.
Increase. Last time we has pay for 2,500 second category room, but now is this situation affect for the hotel prices increase 3,000. Okay, so we are facing the problem.
The chaos that has impacted hundreds of Indigo's flights is set to burn a deeper hole into passengers' pockets. Flight fares have soared multifold, with the passengers stranded due to cancellations struggling with last-minute bookings with other airlines. The sudden rush and demand spike led to ripple effect on flight booking platforms, doubling and tripling prices for a mode of transport that remains a luxury for most of the population in the country.
And chaos and panic has also prevailed in the Jaipur airport. We are getting these live pictures coming in from the airport in Jaipur. There's also panic there as multiple flights of Indigo Airlines have been cancelled. Passengers have not been given any notice. Indigo flights from Jaipur airport, 2 from Jaisalmer, were also cancelled. Passengers speaking about their woes. There are certain authorities standing before them at the Jaipur airport. The officials have said the primary reasons behind these disruptions have been the duty time limitations, which restrict the airline pilots and crews. But irrespective, several flights from Jaipur airport have also been cancelled to Hyderabad, Bengaluru, Chennai, Mumbai, Indore, Kolkata. Passengers travelling to Kolkata on the Indigo flight from Jaipur had also faced delays. Let's listen in to reactions that are also coming in at the Mumbai airport, where my colleague Meenakshi was reporting from.
I'm reporting from outside Terminal 2 Mumbai airport, and the situation remains same as yesterday. Sudden Indigo flights delayed and cancellation triggered passengers, and here we can see long queue outside the Indigo counters. And here we can see also frustrated passengers. They are claiming that no assistance from Indigo staff also. And you can see passengers are waiting with their luggages, some of them here for more than 4 to 5 hours without any clarity when their flight will take off. You can see this is the Indigo counter and long queue here, and passengers are claiming that there is no clarification from Indigo staff. Also, they are claiming that help desk is not working properly. Passengers are demanding transparency and immediate solution because they have no communication from Indigo staff. They are claiming that when they reached at airport, at that time they got to know their flight had been delayed and their flight had been cancelled. And even they are saying when boarding started, they got to know their flight had been cancelled. So there is the situation is very tense and chaotic. As we saw yesterday, Mumbai airport and others airport passengers are facing challenges to reach their destination. Even more passengers told us that they have to rebook their flight because their connecting flight has been cancelled. So there is the situation from Mumbai airport, and over 100 flights of Indigo today delayed and cancelled for this disruption.
With over 1,000 Indigo flights cancelled in the last 2 days, we had 26 flights cancelled from Chennai yesterday and 31 today. While the airport authorities say that the cancelled flights are getting refunds, we can see the number of people crowded in the airport today in the Chennai International Airport. While 31 flights all over India from Chennai has been cancelled, main passengers travelling to Delhi, Mumbai and Chhattisgarh are the main places that the flights that have been cancelled. And there are also multiple delays throughout the day, and the airport authorities have cleared the doubts of the people, saying that if there is a delay, they will be allowed inside the airport, and they would also be allowed to wait in the departure area inside the terminal, whereas the flights that have been cancelled get full refunds. And you can see the queue today, where yesterday not many people had come for taking refunds at the Chennai International Airport, trying to make sure that today whoever's flights cancelled, they are here trying to get their complete refunds from Indigo. And this is happening all over India with over 1,000 flights cancelled in the last 2 days. But as you can see, the Indigo officials here are trying to figure out the delays and the cancellations. While only 31 has been mentioned for today, it seems like multiple more delays will be there. Even the flights booked on Friday are said to be delayed till Saturday, and there are multiple more cancellations happening on the day. And we've also got to know that until December 8th, this will be the condition of the Indigo Airlines in the entire country, and not just related to one state. And with more updates coming from Chennai, it's expected that the Indigo flights will be cancelled in the next 3 days, and people are to get their refunds from the Indigo offices that are situated at the Chennai International Airport.
Same scenes are everywhere, viewers. Bengaluru airport descended into utter pandemonium over the past few days as Indigo, India's largest airline, has been grappling with this crippling operational crisis, cancelling over 100 flights yesterday alone, comprising of 52 arrivals, 50 departures in Bengaluru. Frustrated flyers stormed counters, protested vehemently with heated arguments echoing through Terminal 1, decried the lack of clear communication and refunds and alternative arrangements, while soaring ticket prices for rival airlines turned a simple trip into a logistical ordeal, costing 43,000 rupees for short hauls. The chaos marked the 4th consecutive day of disruptions, underscoring deeper cracks in India's aviation infrastructure, leaving scars on holiday plans, professional itineraries alike.
Chaos on the floors of Bengaluru's Kempegowda airport, where flight cancellations triggered long queues and louder frustration. Inside visuals tell the story. Passengers stranded, no clear communication, just growing anger as airlines struggled to manage the crowd. The passengers, in fact, went on to stage a protest inside Bengaluru airport against the Indigo management. The crisis hit Indigo the hardest. Bengaluru alone saw 52 arrivals and 50 departures cancelled, a city-wide travel freeze.
A young woman clutching her late father's ashes and later broke down. There's a picture that came in in that small urn were the ashes of her father. As she was waiting at the airport, broke down into tears after learning that the family's scheduled flight to Delhi was cancelled. The family was en route to Haridwar for the religious ceremony and was informed by the airline staff that no alternative flights would be available for at least the next 3 days.
This isn't just Bengaluru. The aviation meltdown is spreading in Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, all witnessing disruptions. Yesterday as well, disruption was particularly severe with 73 flights being cancelled. Passengers who arrived hours in advance say they still missed flights, caught in long check-in lines, baggage delays, and near standstill security queues. Many have been forced to rebook for the next day or even later. With airport officials giving no clear updates, the wait already feels endless for hundreds of struck passengers.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Security.
So that the inconvenience at the airports and the congestion that is happening because of these delays is reduced, and the backlog that we have for the last 2 days, the people who have been willing to travel and we have emergency in the travel, that has to be cleared off. So today major focus has been put on reducing the backlogs that have been happening at the airports, and people can move around. And also we have taken notice that the senior citizens, the differently abled people who are also facing certain challenges, we have engaged with all the airport operators and the airline operators also, and we have strictly instructed them from the ministry that topmost priority needs to be given to these passengers. Children, mothers, senior citizens, differently abled people, and also the passengers at large also. When it comes to their food, when it comes to water or the additional accommodation that needs to be provided wherever necessary, we have instructed all the airport operators, all the people who are on the ground interacting with these passengers to be sympathetic, to be empathetic, to understand and to use the right communicative language, because there is a lot of frustration also because of the delays, and people have been waiting for a huge amount of time at the airports also. So we have taken cognizance of that, and we have instructed the airport operators also to be taking full efforts, to put in full efforts so that the inconvenience of the passengers at the airports come down. Today we are seeing that the situation is getting better. The backlogs that have been there for the last 2 days, they have been cleared. Delhi major airport, Mumbai and Chennai, most of the metro airports, they have been cleared and will be cleared by the evening also. From tomorrow we are expecting normalcy to start, in the sense there won't be any congestion or there won't be any waiting at the airports. Whatever operations Indigo can start immediately, they will start it by doing it, and observing the how the operations are ongoing. They will slowly increase all their operations. And why this situation has happened also, we need to understand that from November 1st, 2025, the DGCA has come in with the new FDTL regulations, and this has been going on for quite some time. In April only it was decided that the new regulations are going to come from November. And we are seeing that we have from the ministry, at least for the last 6 months, we have initiated a process of continuously engaging with the airlines. We are calling the airlines, we are meeting them, and we are discussing all the issues that need to be faced. And these were all which were out there in the open, and for the airlines also. And today, we have observed that the new FDTL regulations, they started in November, which was 1 month before itself. And through the last 1 month also, we have been observing, and things were pretty much not to the extent of this, but there was no issue regarding the new FDTL norms that was observed. And the second thing is that the other airlines, Air India or the Akasa or SpiceJet, they have all adjusted and they have done the necessary this thing. But here, what was unanticipated suddenly, which has boomed into this because of the mismanagement that has happened at the Indigo regarding their crew, that is why this incident has happened, which is why, to ensure normalcy is there at the earliest, we have given certain abeyance to the FDTL norms to Indigo. But on the other side, because we have observed this only in Indigo, so we have established a committee which will inquire into all this so that they can establish where things went wrong and who did it wrong. And we are going to take necessary action on that also. This thing shouldn't be left unattended. We are taking strict action on this so that whoever was responsible into this needs to pay for it.
Also, sir, we are witnessing that you are conducting continuous meeting. It's
Yes.
really hard work. We know that. So, what's your pipeline? Any other planning which you
The
are
immediate priority for us, like I said, is to bring normalcy back. Today in the country, if you're seeing, there are 5 lakh people traveling by air every day. There are very, very few countries in the world with so much big aviation network. And today we have that kind of network in the country. And there are more and more people every day preferring to travel by air. So as a minister, my immediate priority on behalf of the government is to ensure normalcy, and people who want to fly smoothly, conveniently, and the airports provide all the necessary facilities to them. So the immediate concern is to bring that back. Immediate concern is to provide all the support to the passengers at the airports, especially, like I mentioned, the senior citizens and the differently abled. That is the immediate one. But we are observing deeply into this system. We are seeing the scheduling network that is there. We are seeing the FDTL norms that are there. We are going to thoroughly look into it and ensure all the airlines follow the due diligence, because ultimately in aviation, no matter other networks, but aviation, we have to keep safety as a very important factor. We can't compromise on safety. That is the most important thing. So while we bring in new changes, while we expand our network, while we expand our fleet, the passengers shouldn't feel that inconvenience, and especially the network that is being created has to have a very smooth flowing. So both long term and short term we have. Short term is to bring the normalcy. Long term we'll do further stakeholder consultation with everyone and ensure that proper implementation of the FTL guidelines, and ensuring everyone, there is a balance between all the necessary stakeholders is established. That will be one action item for us in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to talk with ANI.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, that was K. Ram Mohan Naidu, our Civil Aviation Minister, giving the government's version. The fact remains that the government has effectively been blackmailed into softening its position on the FDTL norms, which were essentially about giving pilots a break so that there is some work-life balance, and thus takes care of flight safety norms. But then it seems that Indigo has had its way. Of course, the government has, along with its agencies like the CISF and the DGCA and the BCAS, tried to tackle the chaos at the airports, not of the making of the government, but obviously the government has to mop up the mess created by the airlines, a duopoly between Indigo and Air India, but in this case, essentially the mess created by Indigo, it seems. We have, of course, that's our prime focus, Shravan, right? It's been through the day, because the kind of passenger inconvenience that's been caused to hundreds and thousands of people across the country, it's unpardonable, and we're not going to let go of the story. It's going to remain our primetime focus. But briefly coming out of it and going to another very important diplomatic powwow that has happened in the country with the visit of President of Russia, Vladimir Putin.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special joint broadcast to Republic Media Network and Sputnik over Russian President Vladimir Putin's historic visit to India. In fact, in a short while from now, that visit comes to an end. Over the next couple of minutes, we get you the finest experts, Abhishek, to decode the bilateral talks that have taken place, what's really been discussed on the negotiating table, and whether at all this visit of Vladimir Putin sends across the message that he essentially wants the West to hear.
And a joint statement has been released, Shravan, by both the sides, and I found it interesting that, it's more important for the things it has not said. So silent on S-400, silent on Su-57, silent on many other aspects, silent even on the balance of trade. I mean, it does talk about the two countries focusing on economic relationship, keeping in mind 2030 targets, but it does not sort of, pin down the exact actions. I think that's going to be that's going to be our focus over the next half an hour. All right, breaking news. Russia offers India localization of Su-57 fighter production. I mean, that's really a Russian offer, but the joint statement doesn't talk about it, Shawan. So let's get to our guests straight and ask them what's the deal.
Well, in fact, joining us on this special broadcast is Dimitri. He's the head of Sputnik India. Dhairya Maheshwari, correspondent of Sputnik India. Larry Johnson, in fact, he's the former CIA analyst and US State Department official. Michael Walterson, he's the former Swedish politician and former air defense officer. I want to first begin by asking you, Dimitri, getting us that big breaking news as far as the offer coming in from Russia with regards to the Su-57. In fact, a special report, we're going to play that out in a short while from now. But the big takeaways from the bilateral talks that have taken place, Dimitri.
So let me just start with the breaking news. This was a statement made by the head of Russian defense conglomerate Rostec on Russian television. He said that as part of the talks in New Delhi, the Russian side offered to fully localize production of the Su-57 in India. Now he said that the Indian side is going to look over, think it over, and get back to the Russian side. So there is no Su-57 deal this time. But it was always going to be highly unlikely given how complex of a project a joint production of a fifth generation fighter jet would be. Nevertheless, it's clear that the ball is moving on this. But what I do want to draw attention is to something else he said. He said that Russia and India have also begun localizing Russian drone production in India. And in particular, he mentioned the Lancet kamikaze drone. And now for your viewers, the Lancet is one of Russia's most decorated and combat-tested drones. It has been used numerous times on the battlefield in Ukraine, and according to independent estimates, it has destroyed over $12 billion worth of Ukrainian and Western armor since the start of the conflict in February 2022. So if they get the ball moving on this could be very significant because this would be the first international customer of Russia's Lancet drones.
Right.
Right, but, Dimitri and Dhairya, I can go to Dhairya first. You have been there on the ground, Dhairya, keeping track of all these meetings that took place. I don't see any big takeaway except for, just sort of doing a proper, well-rounded 360-degree appraisal of the relationship. Do you get a sense that maybe this was actually the plan because an annual summit has to happen? There is the format that exists between the two sides. So the president came and the two sides did a full 360-degree review of the relationship and left it there.
Well, having heard the briefings of the Indian Foreign Ministry, the statements made by Prime Minister Modi, President Putin at the India-Russia Forum, at the opening statements, the focus of the visit, as we have been discussing, has been economic cooperation, bolstering economic cooperation, negotiating a speedily concluded India-Eurasia Free Trade Agreement, removing non-tariff barriers, and more on, on the untapped potential of India's economy to service Russia's domestic needs. And as you could see, one of the outcomes relates to the Economic Framework Agreement 2030, which is expected to, achieve the $100 billion trade target. And Prime Minister Modi also made an interesting statement during his speech at the India-Russia Trade Forum, which is that both the sides will be able to achieve the $100 billion trade target much before the 2030 deadline that had been set last year. So essentially, what this visit has done, it has laid the groundwork of, further expanding trade, and which will be anchored in bolstering India's exports to Russia. And Prime Minister Modi, during his speech, he also mentioned the sectors which will be in focus. These are IT exports, pharmaceuticals, textiles, India's marine products. And as Foreign Secretary Misri pointed out during his briefing, there was a considerable discussion on this. So the focus has been on economic cooperation, how to bolster India's exports. And even President Putin and, Russian business leaders who attended the India-Russia Forum, there is a recognition from the Russian side that sustaining long-term economic engagement between the both sides, it can't happen if the trade numbers remain lopsided, so much lopsided in favor of Russia. The balance has to be achieved, and there's a recognition here.
Yeah. Let me also bring in Larry here. Larry, what's very interesting from the pictures that basically emerged from the last 2 days? One, of course, with Prime Minister Modi going to the Parliament Technical Airport to receive President Putin, and then the picture, the image of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin in that same vehicle. Many would say that if someone is actually responsible for bringing the two leaders so very close, and perhaps even China, is Washington. Washington perhaps is responsible for bringing the two leaders close. Of course, both the countries have enjoyed a fantastic relationship, but bringing them and cementing the relationship further is because of what really Washington has essentially done. Do you think Washington will have a rethink of how they've dealt with India?
Short answer is no. The United States has been bullying India. The leadership in the United States fails to understand this relationship between India and Russia. It's been going on for a long time. Look, I'm old enough to remember, back into the early 70s. At the time, actually, my wife traveled on a winter term, a college term, for a month to India, and she stayed with the family of Bandura Shastri, who had the former prime minister, and he had died the previous year in Russia. So this relationship between India and Russia is not new, but what is new is that the United States assumed that it had enough economic leverage over India that we could threaten you with sanctions. We could tell you what to do. You got to stop trading with Russia, and that you'd behave yourselves. It's just a new manifestation of the kind of colonialism that shackled India for several years until you caught your freedom in the aftermath of World War II. It's really a new form of colonialism.
All right, Larry. In fact, before I go to Michael Walterson, I want to play out that soundbite of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in which he